Wasted World of Sports, we made it. UFC 299 underway. I did tell you that I would miss the prelims. I did pre-warn everybody that I had very little interest in the prelims, but I honestly wasn't expecting to be so late for the main card. That's my own fault. I just ran out of time. I have a tendency to do that. I don't really know why. I know well in advance what time this stuff's going to be on. And I also slept through the Six Nations last night, which happened to be two of the best Six Nations games that happened all season long. And I can't believe that. So this is going to be interesting, something a little bit different for you all today. As UFC 299 by request. I don't know why by request, because I'm not going to know anything that I'm talking about. But that could be a big part of the fun, I suppose, for you guys. Enjoying me not knowing anything that I'm talking about. So the prelims are over. The main card is ready to get underway. Hoping that Rick Grimes pops on at some point so that he can talk me through what the hell's happening. It's so weird hearing Joe Rogan without the Joe Rogan Experience intro. I was just listening to this guy talk about aliens and Bigfoot and conspiracy theories and stuff, and now I'm listening to him talk about guys punching other guys in the face. This is, of course, where he started, though. Hello! All right. Now, that's what we like to see. All right, let's switch over to the dodgiest game screen that I've ever set up in the history of Wasted World of Sports. So we've got the little dude in red, Peter, P-E-T-R, Peter Yan, and Song Yadong. That is not a joke. That is actually his name. Song Yadong. So this is going to be very interesting when I'm talking about Dong getting hits in. Very quick strikes here from both guys. They're little, but they're fast. And I dare say they hit hard as well. See, this is one of the things, I hate to turn this into a professional wrestling conversation, but this is one of the things I suppose you have to learn to appreciate. I guess, if that's the right way of putting it, what you have to learn to accept about the concept of fighting in 2024. These little guys can go. And they could do some... I'd kick my ass, that's for sure. Both just a little bit of a standoff at the moment, keeping their distance. Nobody wants to get close. Which is fair enough. You get close, you get hit. That'd be my theory. Could work out. Oh, thank the Lord above. Thank the Lord Jesus Christ, it's Rick Grimes.
Hello.
I'm so lost. Although I was just saying, I did have to reference some professional wrestling. One thing that UFC, yeah, well, I was saying one thing that UFC would ultimately give me more of an appreciation of in time, I'm sure, is that because you know how I'm always on about the little guys when it comes to wrestling. Yeah. UFC could give you the appreciation of just how much the little guys can go.
Absolutely, yeah.
If there's any sort of benefit to come out of this, I mean, we're doing this by request. I watched UFC. I can't remember which one it was, but I watched UFC, one of them, and I fell in love immediately.
Mm.
But this is still done by request. This was requested by the Wasted World of Sports following, getting me to branch out a little bit, I suppose.
It's fantastic. Yeah, UFC is definitely a passion of mine, MMA in general. But yeah, I always love watching it. Always head to the pub with some mates and
Nice.
wasted while watching some UFC. It's always a good time.
Excellent. So what was the story today? Not a big enough card for a pub trip, or?
Yeah, pretty much. Considering that the next event is perhaps the biggest UFC event in a long time, UFC 300. You know, the 300th.
The 300's a big one, I suppose. It's
yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Kind of like the WrestleMania, you know.
Yeah.
So, definitely looking forward to that. But yeah, so this fight, bantamweight, 135 pounds. Peter Yan.
Oh, look at that! He's flipped him over while he was still on the ground. Now that was an impressive maneuver. I don't know what you would call that, but he's done like a little flip when he had absolutely no right to. There was no way he could have possibly been in control of his own body weight there. He just held on. It was tenacity from Dong. Song Yan Dong. DJ Shaq, ahoy there, and Shark Boy 212, ahoy. Welcome along. I do apologize. I was extremely late, chat room. That's why it's all a little bit of a shambles at the moment. I was supposed to have this stream set up last night, but I got a little bit carried away playing Drug Dealer Simulator. Quite an addictive game. No pun intended. Quite a fun little game, that one. And actually, for the Intoxigamer return, a Drug Dealer Simulator with Party Jesus, which is going to be extremely interesting.
Ooh, that sounds like that.
How good is that going to be? People popping onto a live stream, and there's Jesus dealing drugs. That'll get people talking. So round one has come to an end. All pretty even, I would say, from what I can see, what I have seen and what I can see on the stats.
Yeah, I was about to say very close round. I think I'd edge it to Song in that one just because he was a lot more active.
Song Yadong.
Fighters that are pushing for takedowns, that are pressuring, they're the fighters that will get the win on the judges' scorecards.
Song Yadong, one of the most fantastic names I've ever seen. Now, Shark Boy, we are all tied up with the UFC today. How's this for a segment, Rick? Talking about integrating, obviously, UFC streams are going to be a work in progress on the channel, especially when you start them as late as I started them today. But how's this for a segment on the streams that you're on? The Rick Grimes talking about bringing gambling, bringing betting into the segments or into the streams. The Rick Grimes dead set cert.
Oh my goodness!
Dead set cert. The Rick Grimes prediction for a wager that is a dead set cert.
Yeah, that's cool. I like that.
Obviously, for those not in the know, a reference to The Walking Dead as well. I thought it was clever. Thank you, AI. Song's having a little dance in the middle of the, what do you call it, ring? Octagon?
The octagon, yeah.
Got to make sure I get the terminology right, or I will get absolutely slayed by the YouTube comment section afterwards. He doesn't even know what to call it. I was saying at the top of the stream, it's weird. I was literally just listening to Joe Rogan talk about Bigfoot and aliens.
Oh, yeah.
And now here he is, talking about uppercuts and... I mean, obviously, this is where he started, I'm assuming, but... And then the podcast followed, but still, for those of us who know him as a podcaster, it's really... Knees to the buttocks here from Song Yadong. Now this is the UFC where it gets awkward and people walk into the room and go, "What the hell are they doing? Why has he got him bent over in the corner there?" JYD, ahoy! Hamish McKenzie, ahoy, mate! Bigfoot and aliens, I must be sicker than I thought. Why? I mean, unless you're seeing them, in which case, hallucinations and whatnot, probably. Here he is, UFC only fams. Ahoy, mate. Now, I don't know what's Yan blowing up about here? Oh, he's not blowing up about anything. He just had a little bit of loose strapping or something, perhaps it was. I thought he was complaining about a bite.
I noticed that Peter Yan's got his right eye starting to swell really badly. Which, if it gets too bad, the doctor can step in and stop the fight whenever they want. So,
JYD in the chat room says, "Come on, Yan." No, I'm going for Yadong. Song Yadong. Oh, and he's got a leg pull here. Well defended by Yan. He's a little unit, isn't he? Song?
Yeah, a lot of these bantamweights are little spark plugs, you know? They're just beefy little guys who could end anyone in a bar. And you'd think, oh, no, look at these little guys. They can't do anything. And then the next second, you're waking up in the hospital and wondering what the hell happened.
I feel personally attacked. Yeah, UFC only fam says, "You're going for my dong?" Yes, Song Yadong. No, not your dong. Song Yadong. It's all right. I got all the little childish giggles out of my system when I was setting up the stream, organizing the Song Yadong. Oh, was that did I just see a cheeky uppercut out of the corner of my eye? I was focused on the chat room. Oh, he went for another one. He missed that one, though. That was a big-air swing. Carvey Bar, ahoy there, mate. Nice takedown. He got in underneath Yadong's defense. And now they're having a moment. Hamish McKenzie, you've been sick since Thursday. Went from weak in the knees to losing your voice. No idea what it is. There is definitely something going around. Hamish, I was sick for about 4 days. A couple of weeks ago. Oh, he survives. Yadong holds on. Oh, he's busted open, though. He's been
Crimson mask, yeah.
Yeah, he's been made to bleed his own blood. Oh, there's a cut right above the eye. Look at that. That is a split and a half, that one. He seems relatively unfazed by it all. Nice elbow to the side of the head. That could be what... that could... Oh, or that one. Okay. It could be either one of those two shots that caused the swelling around Yan's eye. These slow motion replays of the hits are just brutal, aren't they? The face is not meant to contort in such fashion. There was one of the guys in the prelim, actually. Who was it? I'll just scroll down quickly. Curtis Blades.
Oh, yeah.
I was... There's absolutely no way I can say this and not sound offensive, so I'll just say it. and get it out of the way while there's so few people here. I won't get in so much trouble. But I was thinking he's got a really misshapen head, and I couldn't help but wonder if it was from all the heavy contact of UFC. I don't know.
Yeah.
I just felt
most likely.
I felt like his head's misshapen. It's not a normal shaped face. I think he's copped some uppercuts, and
it's funny because the lower part of his face is as you're describing, except you can't tell because of the beard. But when he shaves it, he looks like a created character from a 2K game.
Yeah, right. That's just been put on random. Kent C. Straight says, don't sleep on Peter Yan. Absolutely not. I'd say that Peter Yan's probably, well, maybe not even slightly ahead at the moment. He could be well ahead. He's well ahead on strikes anyway. 12 more strikes. 54% of 138 connected, according to the stats. I'd say he's ahead at the moment, going into round 3 here. But, I mean, that's just me having no idea what I'm talking about, really. I'm just assuming that that's how it works. Kavi Bar, we're all tied up with UFC today by special request. I'll be keeping one eye on the Cowboys-Dolphins game, though, don't you worry. Sense a little bit of desperation creeping in from Yadong here. He's starting to get a little bit wild. Flailing around. Trying to get himself back into this contest.
Dong just needs to let loose in this final round here.
Well, I think he's behind, so he's got nothing to lose, really.
Absolutely. Go for
maybe another, what is there? There's 2 minutes 42 left in this round, the final round, is it? Or is there 4 rounds? 3 rounds?
No. This is, 3
this
rounds.
Is it. So maybe another minute.
Championship fights are 5 rounds.
Oh, okay.
There's just a 3-rounder. Don's looking pretty good, though, in this round.
Yeah, maybe 2 minutes 22 to go in the final round. Maybe another minute of... Oh, we nearly got him there. Maybe another minute of methodical, and then if he's getting nowhere, just let all hell break loose. Release your dong.
Exactly.
But, once again, I have no idea if that's a good strategy or not.
Well, I was going to say, if you're down on the scorecards or you feel like you're down, definitely important to finish the final round as strong as you can. That way it looks really good.
Yeah, right.
What's the eyes of the judges?
Yeah, what's it called? Oh God, I don't know. There's terminology for that though. Like the most recent event, making it seem better than it actually was. They forget the early rounds. They remember the most recent thing that happened. Dean, love stuff. Ahoy. How are you doing, mate? Now, I know you love stuff, Dean, but do you love UFC? Whoa. No, he doesn't. Dean loves stuff, but not UFC. Nice elbow to the face there. Oh, he's got him here, I think.
Brutal.
I think Yan's got him here. Even if this goes out the last 30 seconds, Yadong's flat on his back. Yan dominant. And I'd say this would be unanimous decision. Did I get that right? Unanimous judges' decision to Peter Yan.
Yeah, if all judges agree that one fighter, the majority of the rounds, then it's unanimous. But it wouldn't be the first time that a judge might see the other way, because UFC and boxing are notorious for pretty bad judging in most cases.
Especially boxing.
Yeah. boxing, unfortunately, is a lot of corruption as well.
Speaking of boxing, let me guess, the Jake Paul-Mike Tyson fight will be considered an exhibition, so there'll be no scores, so that Jake Paul can claim victory at the end of it? That's what I'm guessing.
Most likely.
Like, oh my God, my brother just beat Floyd Mayweather.
No, that's not how it works.
And that is the end of round 3. Peter Yan finished on top there. I'm still getting used to Peter being spelled P-E-T-R.
Yeah.
I feel like I'm really going to see some interesting names today throughout the course of this event.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Hamish says, I don't even like sport, period. Yes, we're very well aware, Hamish. You know what? Obviously, Rick, you remember Hamish from, from Intoxicated Days and Discord and everything. I made him a moderator on the sports channel. Such is his dislike of sports. I think it was so that he could share a link or something, and he was the only one there at the time. Such is his disdain for sports, he was like, fine, I'll do it, but remove the spanner immediately after it's done. He didn't want any association with this at all. Oh, and Peter Yan knows he's got this one. And your dong knows he's done. A very forlorn looking figure there. Oh, God. Unanimous decision. I called it. I called it 2 3/4 rounds in. Not exactly a big call. But hey, for a newbie, I'm going to take that. That's fair, isn't it, Rick?
And they scored it 29-28, which means that they gave one of those rounds to Song Yudong, which is fair. I think Song Yudong won the first, but then Peter Yan brought the second and third back.
Right.
Yeah, it's good to see. Peter Yan was on quite the stint, so it's good to see him back in the winning column.
Shark Boy says, who you going for, Cowboys or Dolphins? Jeez. You know what? It's going to be a tough game. I'm torn. I'm so torn. I've been tipping the Dolphins all week, but I think Cowboys. %, Hamish. Oh, what a shot that was. What a left jab and then a right hook. Was that a hook? It was a half uppercut. Elbow to the face. It made his ear wobble. English is not his native language, or he just ran out of things to say? Wait, what did they say his name was? I've been calling him Peter.
It's, I guess,
Piotr.
It's technically pronounced, Piotr.
Yeah, right. Who's this? UFC flyweight champion, Alexandra somebody who went away.
Doja.
And that went away really quick. Oh, they don't like this guy, whoever he is. He's still on the screen, but they took his nameplate off. And they went back to him. Oh my God! Is that really Donald Trump?
Yes.
He's got a new wig. No, I'm not even kidding. I'm not joking. He's got more hair than I've ever seen. Hang on.
Donald Trump.
Wait a minute. Let's wait for a shot from behind first before I say that. It looks like it's just massively massively combed to the front.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, Donald Trump is actually one of the biggest
Yeah, oh yeah, there we go. Look at that.
May fans.
Yeah, is that right?
Yeah. He was there in its infancy, like in the first few years. He actually paid to have it like his hotels and resorts because he loved it so much. So.
Oh,
cool.
okay. Yep. Oh, nice. Donald Trump, former president of the United States, future president of the United States.
Yep.
Oh, look, whatever one's feelings of Donald Trump are, he's getting back in. It's happening.
100%.
He's got the American Badass entrance music. I just realized. Nichols, ahoy there, mate. Oz Surge, ahoy. Welcome along. All right. So we are one fight down in the main card. Don't know how many more to go.
4 more.
4. Oh, really? Okay. I've noticed that the prelim, there's prelims and early prelims.
Yeah.
What's that all about?
Yeah, so early prelims are exclusive to UFC Fight Pass. They have a subscription service there, especially for that. And then regular prelims are free to air on, any sports channel.
Right.
Main card, which is pay-per-view only. It's pay-per-view for UFC, not PLE.
It's pay-per-view, all right. $60 this cost me.
Oh.
On KO. It's all right. It's tax write-off, but that's why I did it. That's why I did it so willingly. But geez, $60.
Yeah, and then they're actually. You'd think it would work the other way around. They're actually more expensive in the United States.
Wow.
I think it would be more expensive here because of how conversion rates work, but it's actually in the US. It's around $85.
Jeez.
So.
Wow. I mean that is just a sign of how big UFC has become. When you think about that, that's insane. Vincent Spears, Hometown Music. Ahoy there, mate. How are you doing? And imagine what a ticket must cost to actually be there. I mean, that's a decent-sized crowd as well.
Yeah, I've seen for UFC 300, some of the most expensive tickets are around 15 to 20 grand.
Bloody hell. Oh, my God.
They're obviously like cage-side seats, so you're right there.
That's where all the celebrities say, oh, my God, now here's a guy who's had a few broken noses. Well, probably the same nose multiple times, but not new noses. But, jeez. He's just, I mean, take Owen Wilson and times it by 1,000. Wow. So this will be the fight coming up, I'm guessing.
Yep.
This is, that's him. Yeah, even in his profile photo, his nose is bent. Jack Della Maddalena.
Hometown boy.
Della Maddalena.
Lives over here in WA. He's a Perth boy.
Is that right?
Yep. So he's
16-2-0. 5'11", 184 pounds. And he's going up against Orlando Jordan on steroids.
Yeah.
22-6-0 from Brazil. I've been saying for the longest time that UFC is the best professional wrestling promotion going today.
Yeah, yeah.
And
Some of their storylines
yeah,
that
the vignettes.
Yep.
Just basic. And I'm sorry. I'm sorry, but I stand by this. And I apologize to anybody who did buy into it. I really don't want to spoil it for you. But if you think for 1 second that back when Conor McGregor was attacking the bus, throwing chairs at the windows and stuff, and I do have some mates that are like, oh no man, that was totally legit. I mean, I'm sorry, I hate to break it to you, but Santa's not real either. And yeah,
neither is the Easter Bunny or the Tooth Fairy.
I hate to be the bearer of bad news. I mean, that was just promotion 101 right there, and it worked. Because Conor McGregor was like the biggest thing on the planet for an extended period of time on the back of that. But anyways, Conor McGregor's old news.
He's old news, but even old news is such a massive star, you know? Like,
oh, yeah. I mean, people still know who he is. 100%. Nobody's forgotten who he is. And if you have, he'll very quickly remind you. Presumably.
Yeah. Yeah, this next fight's going to be very interesting because
they just called him hard-nosed. The commentators just literally called Jack Della Maddalena hard-nosed. And well, I suppose looking at it and the amount of times it's clearly been broken, if it is still firmly attached to his face, he probably is hard-nosed. I mean, that is impressive. Second longest active win streak in UFC welterweight division. Nichols says GTA 6 game new 2025. Yes. No idea. Sorry. I know they released a trailer for it. I honestly I didn't look at it.
Thought it was pretty good.
Oh, I'm sure it was. If I know something is that far away, I try to not tease myself.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah. I'm a very impatient man, Rick.
We want things now, damn it.
Exactly. If I see a teaser trailer, I want this thing in the next 6 months at most. Not 6 years.
Yeah, I do hate when they announce a game and then, yeah, you have to wait 5 years until it comes out. It's like, well, why don't you just announce it? You know,
a little bit closer. I mean, yeah. I understand. I mean, today is a prime example of people have requested that I do a UFC stream. I set the stream up and launched it 15 minutes after the main card had actually begun. That's not good. Maybe an hour before would have been ideal. But no, I'm not doing it 6 years before. I think there is such a thing as leaving it too late. There's definitely a thing as doing it too early. Okay, so Rick Grimes' Dead Set Cert. Do we have a call for this one, or is this one up in the air? Are we going for the hometown boy?
Yeah, I think we'll have to go for Jack.
We've got to go for the hometown boy.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, this fight, it is a bit of a toss-up because it's striking, which Jack Della, is an expert in. He's got hands, but Gilbert Burns, not only does Gilbert Burns have hands, but he's a grappler. So Gilbert Burns is looking to take you down and choke you out.
Right.
So if Jack Della can stop the takedowns, then it's going to be a Jack Della win. But if he can't, then it's going to be an early night with Burns walking out the victor. So going to be a very interesting fight. and the what would come of a win for either of these guys is pretty much a title fight. So
it's too late. It was too late for me to put a wager on. They've already locked it out.
oh wow!
Oh no! Hang on! Whoa! Wait a minute!
I was going to say you should have live betting because UFC does live betting.
Oh really? You can live bet on UFC?
Yeah. So
our man's $1.61 for the straight up win. Should I do that? I've got a bonus bet of $10. I mean, that's going to pay out like nothing, but still, nothing's better than like what feels like nothing is better than nothing.
Yeah.
If that makes any degree of sense at all. All right, let's do it. $10 on our man Jack Della Maddalena. It's been done. He's the favourite according to the bookies. So there you go.
Yeah, he's definitely got the momentum behind him with a win streak. You know, it puts a lot of confidence in a fighter. While Gilbert Burns has lost a few of his last fights, so definitely going to be a good one though. Two really good fighters.
It all looks very even as well. Oh God. Is Bruce Buffer Michael Buffer's brother?
Yes. Yep.
I wonder if he's ever considered calling Michael up and asking for advice on ring announcing.
Yeah, they definitely got very different styles to how they present it. Michael, it's a lot more royal.
Yeah,
Michael feels like a big event.
Yeah, Michael Buffer was over the top, but I don't know. He felt like he wasn't trying too hard. I feel like Bruce Buffer is
the opposite.
I feel like he's
so much into it, which isn't a bad thing. Like, he's got the passion for it, which I think reflects
it's a bad thing.
UFC
it's a bad thing, Rick.
Really well.
It's a bad thing.
It's a bad thing.
Oh, and I saw the last one that I was watching. Didn't stream it, of course, but the last one I was watching. Certain fighters, when he's announcing them, he gets right up in their face.
Yeah.
Screams at them.
Taps them up.
I'd be like, mate, personal space.
That's definitely something that the fighters love. It gets the adrenaline going.
Oh, yeah.
Let's go, Jack Della.
Whoa, that is a fantastic hairstyle from Gilbert Burns.
Yeah,
if he's put half the amount of effort into training for this fight as he has for his hairstyle, he could win this.
I do want to mention that Gilbert Burns is a multiple-time jiu-jitsu world champion, so his grappling is outstanding.
There's a chant going around the crowd. Geez, the amount of advertising. Get a good look at this. This will be WWE soon. Now that Vince is gone, look at all that advertising in the ring.
Yeah, with UFC, I'm definitely used to it because they've been doing it since they started. So no fault on them for that. But with WWE, it's been a sacred thing to not have anything.
Oh, he did well to get back to his feet there. Although I feel like Gilbert led him there. Maddalena's done well to get back to his feet and get to safety of the side of the cage. Is it also is it called a cage? Is that acceptable? Yeah. Acceptable vernacular?
Absolutely.
James, ahoy, mate. No, I'm not bored.
The octagon is
a cage, an octagon. Both acceptable.
I was going to say, can be used by fighters, to their advantage. A lot of fighters will, if they're on the bottom, they'll dig their toes into the cage and then flip themselves over using it as like a base.
Yeah.
Which isn't actually allowed, but they say with cheating in general, if you don't get caught, it's not cheating, right?
Exactly right. Did you see the what's the other one? There's UFC. Well, actually, there might be a few popped up now, but the other prominent one. Actually, is it called one?
PFL. There's one, yep, which is in Singapore, and then there's PFL, which is another American-based company.
I think it might have been one. It's gone viral. This guy, one of the fighters from
the splinter in his foot.
No, I have not seen that.
Oh wow!
He had a splinter in his foot.
Yeah, in the PFL, one of their biggest stars, Cedric Doumbé, he got a splinter in his foot, and with UFC, they have to call it as a TKO because obviously it's a class as an injury. Although it was no fault of his that he got a splinter in his bloody foot.
Yeah, I mean, how does that even happen?
Exactly, yeah. But that just kind of proves that UFC is the top organization because nothing like that would ever happen to UFC. Some freak things do happen to UFC, but nothing to that degree.
Yeah, that's crazy. A splinter.
Yeah.
Wow, I'm gonna have to look that up. But but no, the one that went viral was the guy who started the fight prone on his back with his legs up. That's how he started the fight, and he did quite well too. Really, he was inviting the other fighter in, like get into this ground grapple, get into this wrestling on the mat, and that's how he started the fight. Do they get carpet burn? Asked James. Well, probably not because I don't think there's any carpet there.
Yeah, no, definitely not.
Yeah,
it's very similar to a WWE or just wrestling ring in general, where they've got like a wooden base underneath as a canvas, and then they set the actual rough canvas over it. It'd be very similar to wrestling, and there has been many wrestling oriented slams and maneuvers.
Speaking of which, nice takedown from Burns. Now that was a wrestling move.
Gilbert Burns is doing a really good job here, just pressuring Jack Della, using his strengths, which is his grappling, to his advantage.
Oh, I've had that happen before UFC as well. It's the worst. On the knees. Yeah, when there's no... Anyway, let's not talk about it. Nothing worse than carpet burn on the knees. That's the end of round one. Oh, that's a cauliflower ear and a half. Bloody hell. Whoa. Now that looks like a PS1 creator wrestler. Well, how are we feeling about that first round? We've got Gilbert Burns. They're both striking at 43%. Gilbert Burns got more shots away, but they're both 43%.
Gilbert Burns, and what a lot of...
3 takedowns to 0. That's probably where he gets the slight advantage.
Yeah, what a lot of fighters do really well, especially wrestlers, they'll, start with standing up, and because there's always the threat of a takedown, any punches thrown by them is obviously, by the opponent. You have to understand that any shot they're throwing, a punch to the face, could quickly turn a takedown. So you always have to be ready. It makes the stand-up of a wrestler a lot more threatening than just the boxer's stand-up, because there's the threat of a takedown. It's a game of inches. It's like chess. It's all about the moves.
I love me some chess. But this is chess with heavy impact.
Yeah, with human beings. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, blood
Oh,
and
Burns went for the kick. He nearly fell over. That would have opened it up.
Ming
Ming the Merciless is back, says James. Ming has returned. There's a one of the coaches, Rick, on in the NRL, the coach of the North Queensland Cowboys, looks like a dead set ringer for Ming the Merciless. Dead set. Oh, he's back to his feet. Madalena. Wow, on X. Apparently on X, people have got it in favor of our guy. 10-9. 10-9 Burns in the first round, says one person. But the rest of the things they put up on the screen, that was a good shot. I mean, I would have thought with 3 takedowns to none. I mean, unless he was just complete cack for everything else, it'd be hard to believe that he didn't edge that first round. James asks if I did the faves for my multi. Oh, for UFC, all the favorites, no. No, I'm just going on a fight-by-fight basis. Straight up bets. All the favorites apparently were paying $4.25. Geez, okay, well... Look, I'm a newbie to this whole thing. Obviously, I've been saying that right from the start. I've been offered a cash out. I've been offered a cash out for a profit. So, obviously, Jack's ahead. I wouldn't have thought so, but, I mean, like I said, I'm a newbie at this still.
Yeah, I was going to say, it definitely depends on how the judges view it. Like, we can see it one way, but the judges can be seeing something completely different. But it could be that a lot of people believe Gilbert Burns not really being able to hold Jack Della down.
He got up very quickly every time, didn't he? Yeah, straight to his feet.
The judges can see that and go, you know what, we'll give it to Jack Della because much was done with the takedowns.
He was taken down, but he got straight out of it and back to a defensive, safe position. Yeah, that's fair. See, I'm learning.
Yeah.
And there's another one. He's got another takedown. But again, straight up. Oh, I think he just had a cheeky look at the clock there.
Yeah.
He had a cheeky look up at the clock. How long have I got left here? He's straight back to his feet. Awkward position. Still got the leg hooked, Burns.
That's another thing that can convince judges that you might not be winning the round if you're checking the clock. You're seeing how much time you have left to survive. It definitely doesn't look good. But
yeah, I don't know if that was a good...
If you can get a cheeky look, if you can make it look like you're just sort of looking up at the sky, maybe, you know.
Oh, he's in an awkward spot here now.
It's going to be interesting here.
Although he's managed to roll onto his side. Muppet, ahoy there, mate. Is he punching himself in the face? It looked like Burns was punching himself in the face there.
It did look like that, yeah.
And there is the end of the round. You'd say that Burns finished that round on top. That was a good little jab there with the right hand. But that was a big elbow. That was a solid elbow.
See how that factors things here if or swing things in Gilbert's favour on the judges' scorecards here.
I mean, it's all very close statistically. Gilbert Burns, 5 takedowns to 0. But Maddalena got out of every single one of them pretty quickly. Maybe apart from that, the end of round 2 there, he didn't quite escape it. James says $200 multi, Pereira win, Wellington win. I don't even know how to say that. Gauthier?
Gaethje.
Oh, Gaethje. Oh, Jesus, I wasn't even close. O'Malley win. Okay, so $200 multi, Pereira, Wellington, Gaethje, whatever. O'Malley. That's James's multi. Muppet says
and some of those fights. Sorry, not to cut you off. No,
you're right, man.
Some of those fights are on UFC 300 as well. So.
Oh, okay. So he's got to wait like a month.
Yeah.
Wow. The Muppet says the Australian Jet Lawrence won the Supercross. Oh, nice. I watched the Formula One last night for half a lap.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, good strikes here from Maddalena. He's got Burns rattled. He's backing him up into the side of the cage. One of the many sides.
Only one angle.
Burns comes back at him, though. Well defended. Maddalena just became a dead weight there to defend that. There's blood. Whose blood is it?
Let's see who's bleeding here. Another telltale sign for the judges to, go against you. If they see that you're bleeding, it's classed as damage, which big point to score.
That's fair.
Although sometimes your face could be covered in your opponent's blood more so than they are.
Yeah.
Because how it leaks on you.
Yeah, that's it. UFC Only Fam says, I just need... God, am I saying this correctly? Poirier?
Oh, Poirier, yep.
Poirier and Page to win for a sweet 360 return. Got 2 legs of 4 already. Who were your first 2 legs, mate? And James. Okay, so UFC Only Fans needs Poirier and Page to win. And then immediately after, the very next chat is James saying, I have Justin Poirier loses by knockout. Those 2 are going to be at odds throughout the rest of the chat. UFC had Blades and Yan in the other 2 legs. We're in round 3. 1:50 to go. And, I don't know. I'm not feeling very secure in my wager at the moment. Could be close. Oh, that's a nice roll by Maddalena. Goes for the knee strike. He's rocked him. Burns is down. He's got him.
What happens here?
Elbows to the side of the face. The referee is thinking about stepping in. He's got to step in. This is a big finish to the 3rd round. The referee steps in and it's over. Out of nowhere. I was starting to feel so concerned about that wager. Oh, and he's dead. He's killed him.
Turns it around. Back Della Maddalena.
Aussie. Oh, nice show of respect here, coming to check on his fallen opponent. That was sudden and that was impressive. It's like he was just keeping something in the tank for that moment. He's on
Yeah,
the ground here.
letting
Here is
letting Gilbert gas
Burns.
himself out with all
Yeah,
the
pretty much.
takedowns.
Burns was on top, and then he just rolled him. Crocodile roll. And then he's free. Knee to the face, and it was all over. That rocked him. Boom, flush knee to the side of the... Well, he didn't catch him completely flush, but he got enough, and he rocked him, and then it was all over. Just like that. I was starting to feel very concerned, Rick. I would be so curious to know if that just fizzled out, which way the judges would have went.
Yeah, exactly. It definitely could have been a Gilbert Burns win, but Jack Della with a beautiful finish. And you know what this means? This means Jack Della is going to be officially in the top 5 of the welterweight rankings. He is oh so close to a title shot. And
so I'm gonna ask this question. How many, and this is a very newbie question, but how many titles are there? Is there one major title for each weight division?
Yep. So there's one undisputed championship for each division.
Okay.
And then based on if the champion is active or not, they'll create an interim title.
Oh, right.
Fighters. Yeah, but they don't do that very often. Sometimes they have to do it because of injury or that sort of thing. But
so that's where Tony Khan gets his booking ideas from. I see.
To be fair, boxing does it all the time, and boxing even.
Oh yeah, the amount of times in boxing I've heard your interim, blah blah blah. Yeah.
Well, the crazy thing, boxing, we make the jokes about AEW having so many titles. Boxing has like 5 to 6 titles per weight class.
Yeah. Oh, it's ridiculous.
Absolutely. It's ridiculous. But to be fair, it does help with promotions because obviously if you have champion at multiple weight classes or champion, 6-time world champ, it helps the promotion a lot.
Yeah, 100%. James asks, do we all think Jake Paul dies in July? Well, we were talking about this earlier, Rick. I think it classifies as an exhibition, and it'll be very similar to Floyd Mayweather could have killed Logan Paul. Floyd Mayweather didn't even fight, basically. I think it'll be very similar. I mean, these guys are Floyd, Money Mayweather, Mike Tyson. No matter what you think about the Paul brothers, they're loaded. These guys are just going to take the pay packet. They don't have anything left to prove. Mayweather, Tyson, they've got nothing left to prove. They'll go out and have a spar session with the Paul brothers and take their millions of dollars, and they don't need to prove anything. I guarantee that it's an exhibition with no scores, so that Logan Paul can stand ringside and tweet that my brother just defeated Mike Tyson, exactly how Jake Paul tweeted out, my brother just beat Floyd Mayweather. Honestly, Jake should just come to the WWE and the Paul brothers tag team.
Yeah, and they would be.
I just don't think Jake can do it, though. I don't think Jake can do it. I mean, how shocking was his one appearance so far? Has he only had one appearance? The one I saw, anyways, where Jake came out and it was shocking. I mean, even for, I'm going to use the F word, but even for a fake thing, he looked terrible. 2020 UFC Hall of Fame inductee, Georges St. Pierre.
The greatest UFC fighters of all time.
Now, here we go. This is going to be interesting because in my mind, this is where our conversation from earlier comes into play, because in my mind, I'm walking through the pub and I see that guy doing his shadow boxing in the corner, and I size him up. I'm having a crack. I'm probably ending up in hospital, but just I'm saying visually. And this is where I need to have more understanding, I suppose, of... Well, actually, no, I don't, because these guys still... I mean, geez, they're both clearly over 6 foot. They could still do some damage. Whereas the 5 foot nothing guys that run around wrestling these days. Anyway, I don't want to turn it into a bag modern day professional wrestlers on a UFC stream. I can see Ray and Dom versus the Paul brothers. I can see that as well. I mean, Dominic Mysterio... Oh, God, we've turned it into a wrestling thing. Thanks, James. Thank you, James. No, Dominic Mysterio is going to, whether we like it or not, turn into one of the... Because the biggest baby faces are born out of the biggest heels, and there is no bigger heel at the moment than Dom Mysterio. When he eventually reunites with his dad and turns babyface, probably years from now, it's going to be massive. He'll be one of the biggest babyfaces in the company. It's going to be hilarious. Rick's thrilled about that prospect.
Yeah, no, I'm not the biggest fan of Dominic Mysterio. If he could actually wrestle, I'd be excited.
So this is welterweight. So what's a welterweight? Pardon my ignorance.
Welterweight is 170 pounds.
Right. So what do we actually...
About 77.
What do we actually have? We've got heavyweights, I'm assuming.
Yep. So from top to bottom, in terms of heaviest to lightest.
Yes, thank you.
Heavyweight, which is between 206 to 265 pounds.
Okay.
So big boys.
James wants to know what that is in kilograms.
Yeah.
Hang on. We can do that. We can do the conversion.
Heaviest being 265.
Okay, so 265 pounds to kilograms. Well, that didn't work. Oh, hang on. There we go. Jeez. That didn't work. Sorry, Google is usually smarter than that. It usually just gives you an answer. It's given me Wikipedia results.
Let's stay off, apparently.
Metric versus Imperial. There's a match I want to see. Says James. By the way, got to give you credit for that one, James.
That's good.
James is there in the chat room like, he said the line, but he didn't say my name after it. He's stealing it, the son of a bitch. Like, nah, that was all James, that one.
I'm looking forward to Celsius versus Fahrenheit. It's going to be a match for the ages.
Oh, this has gone downhill fast. Okay, so we've got heavyweights. Let's forget about conversions. Let's just run through them. So you've got your heavyweights. There's no super heavyweights or junior heavyweights. No. It's just heavyweight.
So it goes from heavyweight, and then lighter than that is light heavyweight.
Right. Oh, the old light heavyweight division. Taka Michinoku.
Yeah. Exactly. And that's 205 pounds, whatever that is in kilos.
Yeah, it's all right. We'll worry about the conversions later.
Yeah, and then it goes middleweight title.
Heavyweight, middleweight.
185 pounds. So, we go heavyweight, light heavyweight, middleweight, and welterweight, which is 170. Lightweight, 155 pounds, and then featherweight, 145. Bantam, 135, and then the the tiniest guys are flyweight, which is 125 pounds.
Right. Yes, we do remember when CM Punk went to UFC, James.
Yep. What happened?
And hilarity ensued.
Destroyed.
Well, we all saw it coming. I mean, geez. CM Punk's the very definition of a, and I might be. I never really got into CM Punk, but personally, but I will say, look, in wrestling, he became a superstar. CM Punk, to me, whether I personally believe this or not, was the very definition of a believable professional wrestler that just got out into the real world and, yeah, reality.
Yeah.
I mean, he never did it for me. I switched off the Summer of Punk. I don't think I watched a single WWE show. I was done. CM Punk was just never for me.
Yeah, that's fair.
Kent C. Straight says, "Thank you, Sting." I love this. Like, I've tried. We've snuck into it, and I've tried to get away from it. But I love that just the crossover in the chat room. They're not letting me get away from wrestling. There is obviously crossover appeal there for UFC and pro wrestling.
Oh yeah.
James asks what he thinks he would achieve. CM Punk, it was bizarre, wasn't it? I mean, CM Punk's the only person who can answer that question. I don't really know, but I mean, whatever we think of CM Punk, son of a bitch is banging AJ Lee every night, so geez, I mean, he's done all right for himself. Son of a bitch. It's probably why I dislike him so much, in all honesty.
Yeah.
But that's fair. You're allowed to hate somebody for that reason, aren't you?
Yeah.
It's a bit shallow, I suppose. But...
Hopefully, AJ Lee isn't. But anyway, back onto.
James says, "Let's just hope AJ Brimson goes to WWE to unite with AJ Styles." What would their tag team name be called? AJ Brimson's not actually a wrestler, by the way, Rick. He's a rugby league player.
I was going to say I've never heard of.
Yeah. No, he plays for the Gold Coast Titans. AJ Brimson and AJ Styles would be. The WWE, they'd probably call them something stupid like AJ Squared or. That's actually that's like the B Sharps. Yeah. That's like the B Sharps. Let's have a name that sounds ridiculous at first, and then the more we say it, AJ Squared. Oh, that's stupid.
AJ Squared.
AJ Squared. Is that AJJA or AJA?
AJJAS, the Jericho Appreciation Society.
Oh,
that's
Jesus.
The first time and the last time they'll ever be mentioned.
Yes, please. Oh, I'm so... Chris Jericho was one of my favorites. Notice the use of the word was. I was such a big fan of Chris Jericho, and then ever since he's gone to AEW, I mean, I'm sorry, Rick, I know you're a fan, and I try not to piss on it as much as I can. Apart from the other day, I did that on purpose. The whole Stars thing. I totally did that on purpose. But yeah, he used to be one of my... Is that the Undertaker's theme music?
It might be.
Is this guy coming out to the Undertaker's theme music? Really?
It bloody is. Yep.
Well, I hope he gets his ass whipped from pillar to post. Who does this guy think he is?
MVP, who's also another wrestler. MVP and 16.
Oh. No. You can't do this. Oh, who is this? I want to know who this is. I demand to know who this is.
I hope he gets. Austin. It was me all along.
I hope he gets knocked out in round 1.
This is Michael Venom Page. He's definitely one of the most charismatic fighters of all time. He's got the whole professional wrestling gimmick.
Yeah, look at this entrance. Well, this entrance
coming out to.
This entrance is all over the place, though. In fairness, it's like he's got the Undertaker gong, and then he's got the death stare straight into the camera. But then the tongue comes out, and now he's dancing.
Undertaker's theme remixed.
Yeah, this is kind of like Undertaker Weekend at Bernie's 2 style. If anyone's familiar with that movie, over in the Jamaican Islands, and every time the music played, the zombie Bernie would come back to life and dance. Right. Not a lot of people have seen that movie, I'm gathering.
This whole Michael Venom Page here, he's very excited. This is his UFC debut, by the way.
What, this guy?
Yeah, Michael Venom Page.
Oh, where's he come from?
He comes from Bellator, which is another
MMA. Okay, yep.
promotion.
I've heard of that.
Yeah, he was a massive star there. He was like one of their biggest stars there. So he's made the crossover.
Right, and now he's come over to UFC, and he's in the mid card. Oh, he's like, no. Did he just have a drink of Prime and go, no, that's shit? Okay, all right. He's winning me over.
That was good. Yeah, that was good.
He's winning me over. He's like, no, I don't want this. This is terrible.
It's funny because not even Logan Paul drinks his own thing. I mean,
yeah, I can imagine that this is one for the Simpsons fans, but I can imagine Logan Paul and KSI filming commercials for Prime. The old Simpsons episode with Krusty the Clown filming the Krusty Burger commercials. Yum! Krusty burgers! Yum, yum, yum! Cut!
Off camera, yeah.
What are you putting in this crap? James says, making his UFC debut, weighing in at 280 pounds from Wasted World of Sports, it's Bandana Dan. 280 pounds. What's that in kilograms? Let's see how accurate you are. Because I am quite a big boy, but not in a good UFC fighting way. More a Yokozuna sit on your face kind of way. No, that's actually really harsh on myself, calling myself Yokozuna. You know, hey, yeah, I saw a good clip actually popped up the other day that I never saw at the time, Rick. Mr. Perfect had a match with Rikishi on Raw back in the day. I had no idea. Too cool Rikishi, stinkface Rikishi. And Mr. Perfect, Rikishi went to give him the stink face in the corner, and Mr. Perfect pulled his towel. You know Mr. Perfect's towel that he would always carry to the ring? He whipped his towel out of his tights and put it over his face to protect himself from the stink face.
Brilliant. Brilliant. I love that.
280 pounds. Yeah, Kurt Hennig. Can't see straight. Mr. Perfect, Kurt Hennig. 280 pounds is 127 kilograms. Oh, yeah. Okay, pretty close then. pretty close. I'm 118. So, yeah, not far off, actually, James. There we go. That's a little personal behind the scenes stat that's snuck out. He was only off by 9 kgs. All right, so Wasted World of Sports, the Rick Grimes dead set cert. What are we thinking for this one? I'm not going to put a bet on this one. It's too late. But what are we leaning towards in this one? The battle of, is that Ivanka Trump?
It was, yeah. Well, I was going to say for my pick here, I think you got to go with Kevin Holland. He's
Okay.
He's
The UFC boy.
guy.
Yep.
He's got the
James says, sorry, Rick, but James has just said, I'm on the black guy.
Oh yeah, he wants the black guy to win. Well, that's the right pick there. Yeah, this is. Don't expect any. I mean, grappling can obviously occur between strikers, but this is definitely a fight where they're both coming to knock each other's heads off with kicks, with punches. So it's going to be a stand-up war right here. Got Kevin Holland, who primarily engages in kung fu.
Right.
Then you've got Michael Venom Page, who's more of a kickboxer. So a clash of styles in this one.
I would love to see Kevin Holland versus Kevin Hart.
He just put his hand on Kevin Hart's forehead.
Oh, black trunks, I meant. Sure, James. Sure, that's what you meant. Trying to turn me into the... Trying to make me look bad. All right, I'll be right back. The floor is yours, Rick. I've got to have a quick little toilet break.
No worries. I'll hold the floor. As Michael Venom Page gets introduced, and Kevin Holland stands across from him. It's going to be a very interesting fight here. Two strikers meeting in the octagon, both in the welterweight division. No title implications in this one. It's all going to be just for placement, the rankings. And that's mainly for Kevin Holland. I mean, if, Michael Venom Page wins, he gets into the top 15, but only 12th or 13th placed. He'll take Kevin Holland's spot, but Kevin Holland would, with a win over Michael Venom Page, would increase his rank by 1 or 2 places, maybe break into the top 10. But yeah, this fight's about to begin. Here we go, round 1.
Round 1, fight! The knee crumbler, ahoy there! Is it MVP's debut? I thought he was over at Bellator. Yep. Okay, so this is his first UFC fight?
Yep.
There you go. UFC OnlyFans says, since Wonderboy beat Holland, I've gone MVP, as he has a similar style.
Yeah, that's fair. People wanted to see MVP versus Wonderboy because, yeah, like you said, very similar styles. It'd be like a mirror match. Yeah, I'm going for Holland just because Holland does have a lot more KO power. But
is he trying to grab his nuts?
Better accuracy. My goodness, what's going on here?
Jeez, I don't know what they do over at Bellator, but. That's unacceptable behavior here. Kent,
there are those types of moves like
what, grabbing nuts?
Oil checking. Well, you know what an oil check is, right? An oil check is where
the way you said that, I feel like I'm supposed to.
No. Well, no. It's just lingo because say oil check in all sports, but it's basically when you put your finger in the other guy's bum, and it's called an oil check. Sometimes it unintentionally happens in fights. It's based on where their hands are placed, but you got to think that maybe sometimes it's more intentional to perhaps make your opponent uncomfortable, and then all of a sudden it opens up an opportunity for you to knock them out. So it can be used strategically.
It'll make you uncomfortable, all right?
Especially if it's unexpected like that, you're just going on. But
Waste of World of Sports, Rick. On the Waste of World of Sports, there's a very, very, very famous rugby league player, John Hopewate. I call him Fingers because he was very famous for having the cheeky dig up the arsehole.
There you go. The old check master right there.
Yep. It was one of those really horrible things at the time that has now become folklore. Is folklore the right term? I don't know, but it's become it's just a running joke now. Because there was, that's a loose swing there from Page. He had a jab and fell over onto his knee. He got back up very quickly, though. This has been a very loose fight so far, I would say. Both fighters have had some haymakers without any real control.
Yeah, they're just swinging for the fences.
And so they sort of turned this whole thing into a joke. There was a commercial for I want to say it was beer. I don't know. There was a commercial for something anyway, and Fingers Hopewate was working behind the bar, and the whole gag was this customer came up and asked for a drink, this mixed drink, and the bartender turned around and it was Hopewate. And he just holds his hands up like, oh yeah, I'll mix that for you. Oh, never mind. Don't want your fingers in my drink, thank you so much. I know where they've been. Okay, James says about Las Vegas. Only 101,000 people watched the two games. That's 1 in 3,286 people watched it. That's the American figures, right? Which is very believable because America doesn't care about rugby league. End of round 1. Yes, Hopewate got suspended back in the day. He was a loose cannon. Fingers Hopewate, Rick, I tell you. He was involved. This is now much long after retirement, long after the Fingers incident. He was playing a charity game. He got sent off the field from a charity game because he just went flying in, loose cannon. He went flying in and took some guy out in a charity game. A charity match. I have played charity matches in footy before, and nobody takes it seriously.
Yeah.
Well, Fingers Hopewate had other ideas. He got sent from the field, told to go sit down for flying in and taking some guy out in a charity match. Ridiculous. The guy has obviously got some serious control issues. Round 2 has begun. They don't muck about, do they? They get straight on with it.
Yeah, only a minute break in between rounds. Just
now they're having a little dance. I think he's talking to him. He's chatting. Kevin Holland's chatting. He's in his ear, whispering sweet nothings.
It's funny. This Kevin Holland, he's gotten in trouble with the referees for talking too much in fights.
Oh, right.
Yeah, it's hilarious.
Okay.
It's funny because the ref stopped the fight one time and said, "You need to stop swearing and stuff like that. It's like, oh, but you can give your opponent brain damage. That's all good. But if you keep swearing, mate, we're gonna have to stop the fight. Like, fantastic.
I'm gonna punch this guy in the face so hard that it misshapes his skull, but I'm not allowed to. Yeah, that's a bit weird.
Having a conversation? Nah, not allowed.
Flirting with danger here, Paige. No guard. That's the sort of thing I would love to see him just get hooked in the face and dropped. He's not. Now he's got his guard up. Now he's got a guard up, kind of. No, he's having a dance.
He loves to keep his hands low, and mainly the reason why he keeps his hands so low, it helps him with his kicks.
Oh, sorry, that was hilarious. He's just had a swinging. He's jumped and swung around and tried to land a kick. He missed and falls on his ass. And now he's put himself in a very awkward position.
Yeah, and that's the danger, right? Of throwing wild strikes is stuff like that can happen. You can
he's got the choke locked in. Holland's got the choke locked in. No, Paige falls and turns.
Kevin
it was
Holland
almost
black
on.
Belt in jiu-jitsu.
It was almost on there. It was almost over. Now they're having a kiss, sharing a moment. He whispered something in his ear there. Shots like that aren't going to help the conspiracy theorists that now there were a lot of people that jumped up when UFC and WWE merged. There are a lot of people that there were a lot of people that jumped up and went, well, that's the end of UFC. Shots like that where you see the fighters whispering in each other's ear, they're clearly planning out their next move here on the ground. They're calling spots. Who is winning? Ask UFC only fans.
Who's winning? Well, this round is certainly Kevin Holland.
Yeah, jeez, and now he's got some elbows in.
Yep.
Paige has done well to get back to his feet.
I will say that first round did go to Paige, so we are even on one so far.
Oh, Holland gets rocked. Recovers though, and it's back to a standoff. I really want to see Paige get punched in the face though. He's got no guard. Oh, it nearly happened. He missed him though. Yeah, that's really frustrating me that he's just standing there with no guard up. It belongs on a YouTube compilation when he gets knocked out.
Yeah, like a street fight. All of a sudden, knockout comes out of nowhere. But yeah, Paige is, he always does this, you know. He puts his hands down.
Tongue out, taunting.
Yeah.
Wild swing. He didn't even go in for the kill there when Holland went down. Don't know how they do things over in Bellator, but... Oh.
Perhaps him showing mercy.
15 seconds to go in round 2. Manscaped must be making some money. Hey, I mean, they're... It's hard to believe for what it is that they would be making so much money that they are just literally everywhere. They're on the cage pads on UFC. They're on all the podcasts. It's hard to find a podcast, especially like wrestling, UFC related content that isn't sponsored by Manscaped.
Yeah, it's like how it was hard to find for a while a YouTube video that wasn't sponsored by Raid Shadow Legends.
Oh, yeah. Captain Redbeard, ahoy there, mate. How you doing? I was just talking about you the other night. Conversation steered towards the Cowboys.
Yeah, as we go into this third round, I think I was going to say it's pretty even, but I actually think Page is winning. So Kevin Holland needs
Oh,
to finish this
no.
fight. It's kind of like the Jack Della fight. Burns. Della needs to get a finish in this third round.
Yeah. Captain Redbeard says hopefully they have a better 2024. I think they will, Captain Redbeard. I think they will. Oh, we're straight into it. No mucking about. This really does take me by surprise. We're just like, go. Round 3 has started.
Yeah.
I'm all geared up for a little bit of downtime and a little bit of chats, but no, we're straight into it. Oh, Holland's in behind. Could get the German suplex here, but Page contorts his body, puts a foot up on the cage and protects himself. So this might be a newbie question as well, but over in Bellator, is it the same octagon style? Like everything's exactly the same?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's pretty much exactly the same. All the same divisions, everything like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, for a while, Bellator just got purchased by PFL recently. But, so PFL is kind of like merging Bellator.
Right. Oh, that was a good shot. Page, big right hand. Holland's down again. He's having a rest, though. And now Page is doing the zombie dance. Oh, I don't like him. I don't like him, Rick.
Yeah, he's very cocky. He's definitely the heel.
Yeah. I want to see him punched square in the face.
And, that's the great thing about the heels in the UFC. It's like, and with boxing too, you tune in to see them lose, but they're so good that they never lose. Fantastic.
Oh, big left kick.
And Page has done this.
Yes! He's in. Oh. He showboated a little too much. Oh, he defends well. Holland just didn't have any gas left in the tank to take advantage of that.
Yeah, he lacked the grit in that situation to get the finish.
That was his moment, though, you feel. That was his chance. A wild left hook. And they tangle up.
Especially since Holland looks so tired compared to Page.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah,
and unfortunately, he knows it.
Yeah, exactly. He's been doing the showboating throughout his entire fighting career. He used to do boxing as well. There were times where he would punch his opponents and he'd be looking up at the sky while he's punching them.
Oh, jeez.
He's that cocky.
Ken C. Straight says 712 points on my super coach and still hot 4 players on tonight's match. And he's retracted that message. Too late. I already read it. UFC Only Fam says, who does Mr. Grimes think will get the decision?
Michael Venom Page.
Don't say it. Don't say it.
It's going to be unanimous.
Stand him. Yeah, it's very clear, I think, a minute to go, unless Holland pulls out a miracle KO.
And my prediction is actually, instead of, they might do 30-27 Page, but it might be 30-26, because I think Page might have won a 10-8 round in one of those first 2 rounds, just because of how dominant he was.
I'm just laughing at the Kevin Holland corner, calling out shots. Like, you realize if you call that out, what's he doing? Kevin Holland's like, I've had enough of this dancing stuff. Do you want to fight, or do you want to have a dance, or do you want to grab my nuts? Well, this one, the crowd boos as this one just fizzles out. He's not happy. Holland. He's like, you got to fight. I reckon this is how the conversation's going. It's like, mate, I don't know how you do things over in Bellator, but we fight here in UFC. Exactly. I mean, what was that all about? Come on, man. Come on. You got to bring it next time. You got to bring it. Yeah, I'd say he's done enough to win quite comfortably. Probably.
Absolutely.
Which is really painful. That's really painful to say because, geez, I mean, talk about... that was his moment there where he had that choke. He needed to lock that in. If he cinches that in, he wins. He just couldn't get it cinched in. We have UFC's ultimate heel.
Yeah, there's a few of them. And Page is definitely one of the biggest right now with, his cocky showboating. But it's tough because he's a good fighter too. You just hate it even more.
Yeah, that's what makes it so painful.
Logan Paul actually being a good wrestler. It's like, you hate it because the actual guy, he's the heel in real life.
Yeah, exactly right. Heel in real life, heel on the screen. Kevin Holland's having a laugh. He knows he's lost. The body language usually gives these away.
Yeah, absolutely.
The arms up already from MVP. Unanimous decision. Son of a bitch. And once again, he's probably saying, bring the fight next time, none of the dancing. Honestly, it's the same. I love it. You know what? Honestly, it's the same. And that's what we were talking about earlier. Yeah. I asked that question as a newbie. I'm like, is there any difference? And you're like, no, not at all. They've asked that same question of him. So how did it feel? How did it feel to fight in the octagon? Honestly, it's the same. UFC Only Fam says just an upset from Dustin, and I'm $360 richer. I believe he can against this no-name Frenchman. Oh, them's fighting words, UFC. No-name Frenchie.
Unfortunately, in the UFC, the French don't retreat and they don't surrender, so we're going to see an actual fight.
Who's the Frenchie, anyway?
Yeah, so the Frenchie is
Benoit.
Benoit.
Oh, are we allowed to say that?
Sorry, Chris Benoit.
Benoit Saint Denis. Okay. Oh, and Dustin Poirier. Okay, so that's not the main event. The main event is
Sugar Sean O'Malley versus Marlon Chito Vera. Yeah.
The main event is Crusty Sean O'Malley and Marlon Vera. Is that his? That's not his real hair.
No. He dyes it.
Oh no! Obviously the color I know is because nobody's born with pink and blue hair. But I mean that's not his real hair, right? That's a wig that he takes off before the fight.
No, that's his actual hair.
That's his actual hair.
Yep. Although,
all right, I'm going for the other guy then. He looks like an idiot. Yeah. He looks like a clown. I'm going for the other dude.
He is. In real life, he's a clown too. He's a tool. But again, with the heels, he's a heel, but he's good as well. So,
Well, yeah,
he's a good fighter.
obviously I can see he's got a belt there, so he's obviously done all right for himself. But yeah, what a goof. James says, just for that, UFC, I'm putting $250 on the Frenchie to win by knockout. I don't know if I'd do that. God, this Dustin Poirier, am I saying that correct, Rick?
Yep, Dustin Poirier, yep.
He looks like a tank.
Yeah, he's a bit of a unit. He's actually the guy who defeated Conor McGregor twice.
Oh, okay.
Last two
right.
fights. Yep.
That guy. Okay. That's why the name is so familiar. Right. Was that the one where Conor McGregor broke his leg?
Yep.
Just backing up.
Yeah.
That was deflating. That was so deflating because that was one of the first times I'm like, all right, yeah, I'm into this. And then Conor McGregor breaks his leg backing into the corner, Sid Vicious style. I'm like, oh, well.
When he jumped off the top, yeah.
Kent C. Straight says, good time to put a wager on Jake Paul versus Iron Mike Tyson, paying $3+. What? Okay, I can't speak. Yeah, what's paying $3+? UFC Only Fam says this French guy hasn't really beat anyone of note.
Yeah, that's very true. He's basically throwing Benoit Saint Denis. They're trying to make him into a superstar. So they're throwing him to the wolves. They're giving him Dustin Poirier, who's a big name.
Yeah, well, even I've heard of him. It took me a while to. I mean, it took you saying what you said for me to piece it together, but I knew that I knew the name from somewhere, and that would be definitely where. Well, let's have a look at the odds currently on Sportsbet for this one, Dustin Poirier. Wow. Okay. Jesus. At the moment on Sportsbet, Dustin Poirier is paying $2.80. Benoit Saint Denis $1.44. Very, very short priced favorite. Jeez. Oh, okay. Are we potentially on for something here? The Rick Grimes dead set cert. What have we got? Is there any chance here for Dustin?
Yeah, there's definitely a chance for Dustin. Dustin's got incredible striking. He's got KO power, and he's a black belt in jiu-jitsu. Benoit Saint Denis, he's got power in his hands, but in terms of grappling, Poirier's got the advantage. And Poirier can hold his own standing up too. So more edge goes towards Poirier winning the fight, but obviously if Benoit lands clean, it's all over. So I'd say I'd pick Dustin Poirier just for the experience factor, but there's a strong case for Benoit to get the finish. But again, my pick, official prediction, is Dustin Poirier.
Right. I like it. The outsider. Big outsider. $2.80 is good value as well. All right. Well, we are going to back the Rick Grimes dead set cert. And we're going to place a bet here on Dustin Poirier. Rick's there in the background. Don't do it. Don't hold me accountable to this. No, it's all right. It's just for fun. I'm only putting $10 on. It really doesn't matter. Well, $12.
Well, the fantastic thing.
$12.65.
$12.65.
Yeah, $12.65 to be incredibly precise.
Yeah, I think with UFC, why it's so exciting is because anything can literally happen. Like with that McGregor fight.
Anything can happen in the WWF.
All it takes is for someone to walk awkwardly on their leg, and all of a sudden it snaps in half. So
yeah, that's
these
it.
things happen.
That's exactly right. Who's this? Joanna Jaziski.
Joanna Jacek is officially in the UFC. Jacek.
Your Jacek.
She's officially being inducted into the UFC Hall of Fame. So that's pretty exciting.
Right.
He was a pioneer for the UFC women's division. She was a great fighter, multiple-time champion. She was great, but very emotional. She's crying.
I can see that. Yeah, she's all about this.
She only retired a few years ago as well, so
she's done very well to keep her nose intact.
Yeah. She once got a really bad hematoma in her head from a beating she took. She looked like she was wearing a helmet underneath her skin. It was
God.
it was quite brutal, but in much better condition now, and obviously in high spirits with the Hall of Fame induction. Very cool to see, and congrats to her.
Very nice. So yeah, that's cool. They've got a Hall of Fame as well. I wonder if the Hall of Fame will merge with and there will end up being this physical Hall of Fame, the TKO Hall of Fame physical place that you can go.
Yeah, that would be cool. And then they have like an actual, it's like Oscars style presentation. And then they can start handing awards for, best knockout of the year and stuff like that. That would be great.
Yeah. Biggest dickhead of the year.
Michael Venom Page.
Yes. MVP. All right, I'm going to go get my bottle of wine while we've got this little break in between fights. And then, coming up after the break, Dustin Poirier and the nameless Saint Denis. The nameless.
The Frenchie.
Frenchie Magoo. All right. Oh, geez, I better hurry. I think they're doing introductions.
They're doing a bit of a promo here. Benoit Saint Denis versus Dustin Poirier. Dustin Poirier, 35 years old. Benoit, 28 years old. Benoit has a slight reach advantage over Dustin Poirier. Dustin Poirier has more of an experience factor. It'll be interesting to see who wins. And again, lightweight title implications. I mean, it's a tough argument for Benoit, but it's easy if Poirier gets to win here. So it's going to be very interesting to see who comes out the victor for this one. There we go. Yep, it's showing the promo package for the fight. Benoit Saint Denis versus Dustin Poirier. In the lightweight division, 155 pounds, where the current champion is Islam Makhachev and the BMF champion is Justin Gaethje. It's going to be interesting.
So was sorry, Rick.
Oh, that's right.
Was Conor McGregor a lightweight?
Yeah, Conor McGregor's fought in 3 weight classes.
Okay.
He's fought at featherweight, lightweight, and welterweight, but he was a champion
because it's
featherweight and lightweight.
Yeah, because it's all like legit weight in this, isn't it? So you can gain weight, you can lose weight to cross divisions.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I'm stuck in the. Yeah, I'm stuck in that wrestling mindset.
Wrestling mode. Yeah.
Like, no, you can't cross divisions.
Well, it's like how Rey Mysterio became a world heavyweight champion. It's like, you can't be a heavyweight champion.
Don't get me started.
Look at you.
Do not get. Look at you. Look at you, Ray.
Look at you, Ray.
Yeah, exactly. Don't get me started on
that.
No.
Conor McGregor was actually
if you thought I was done, don't get me started, and proceeds to just carry on. But yeah, if you thought I was done for the summer of punk, if YouTube was around, and it might have been actually, but I wasn't on it. But yeah, the Rey Mysterio champion phase. Oh boy, if I had a YouTube channel back then, look out. When that happened. And it's an unpopular opinion, but I still stand by the fact that it only happened timing Eddie Guerrero.
Oh yeah, I think that did.
Yeah,
100%.
It's a very unpopular opinion, but I think so. Oh, the Druid's coming out now. We had the Undertaker music earlier. We've got Druid music. Although it's very
Druids,
hip, remixed Druid music.
I was going to say, the Druids are showing up late. They already missed the Undertaker entrance. So.
Oh, James says it's been 2 years since Dustin's last fight. Is that right? Well, that's probably why he's such an outsider. He's only doing it for the money.
I was going to say, Dustin fought last year. He fought Justin Gaethje for a championship.
Oh, right.
And it was for the BMF title, which is the baddest mother effer title. Yes, that's an actual thing.
Yeah, there you go. So he fought in July of last year. Vobsy, ahoy mate. Last fight he got knocked out cold. Plus twice in 2022, says UFC OnlyFans. So he fought in July last year and twice in 2022, potentially.
I mean, he definitely fought once against Chandler, who is looking to fight Conor. Michael Chandler, he's the guy who...
Not Chandler from Friends.
Chandler. No, that would be fantastic as well. But
I mean, that was clearly an exhibition fight if it was Chandler from Friends.
Yeah. But yeah, no, Michael Chandler. I think Michael Chandler actually appeared on Raw, call out Conor McGregor. They're trying to get this fight done.
Okay.
It'll be pretty big because, Iron Mike Chandler.
Well, I was, I don't know when that was, that specific moment, but I was called crazy for suggesting that we might see a fair bit of crossover moving forward. I mean, it'll take some... They're not going to do it. They're not going to jump straight into it. But with the TKO merger, I was called crazy by one of my longtime wrestling friends that that we would start to see a lot of crossovers in the future. And, I mean, they're starting slowly. It's starting with the sponsorships and appearances and other... But I think we get a lot of crossover in the future. So stuff like that may just happen. For the WWE dropped the ball back in the day with the Shamrock Dan the Beast 7. Maybe they won't do it now that they're all one company. Yeah. We might get some fantasy UFC fights pop up on WrestleManias and whatnot.
That would be cool. Imagine like a UFC invasion where all the fighters come in and it's like, who the hell is going to stop them because they can actually fight?
Yeah,
you know? Like, that would be a great.
Yeah, I guess the only reason that you wouldn't do that is because you are then just highlighting the fact that wrestling's been fake all these years. That might be the only reason you don't do that. But that would be fun. That would be a lot of fun for it to happen.
Yeah, they love to do the boxing crossovers when they had Tyson Fury come in.
Brawl for all.
Braun Strowman.
Bring back the Brawl for all.
Brawl for all.
Kanye Ketchup, ahoy, mate. How are you doing? Vobsy says, I want to see Volk versus Brock Lesnar in the UFC.
Yeah, I think Volk's...
Brock stands no chance, he also says. Who's Volk? Should I look this up?
Volk. Yeah, he's obviously, that's a joke. He wouldn't stand a chance against Brock. He's a great fighter, but he's... when it comes to real fighting...
Vobsy, by the way, Vobsy, long time subscriber to the Wasted World of Sports. He might be prone to an exaggeration or two.
I love that, though. I love it. But no, Volk is the Australian featherweight fighter.
Oh, that guy. Yeah, okay. Alexander Volkanovski. Yeah, okay. I know him.
He just unfortunately got knocked out in this last fight, lost the featherweight title.
Yeah.
Bit unfortunate. But, great
that was
fighter,
that was the last one. That was the very first like really vocal chat room that was like, Dan, expand this channel into UFC. Who do you think's going to win the Volk fight? And I think I said, what's a Volk? And that was sort of the beginnings of me actually, shut up, Bruce. Oh, I can't stand him. He's worse than who's that chick that does the announcing for WWE at the moment?
I was going to say they do have very similar, like where they try really hard to. Yeah,
they're exactly the same. It's just one's one's an old white boy and the other's a young black chick. I'm walking a fine line today, aren't I? Samantha, is that her name? No.
Yeah, it's like
yes.
No. I think it's. Samantha
I think it is. Yes. Like she's banging Ricochet or
Ricochet.
Yeah. James says Benoit KO. Come on.
Oh, it might happen, but we're back in Dustin Poirier. We're back in the Louisiana native. Lafayette, stand up. But never know what could happen.
Is this a is it a 2024 dare I use the term woke, but is it a 2024 woke thing that we do not get multiple shots of the Octagon girls anymore?
No, they still do that.
I know they still do shots of them, but I mean, I'm pretty sure
but you're saying
it used to be more. Like we get the shot of them walking out of the ring, whereas we used to get the nice close up of them walking around the ring. Merv Hughes. Yeah. Merv Hughes is the referee. Oh, there we go. Okay, yeah. See, now leaving, we get like a brief moment at the end, leaving. Bobsy says Dustin got knocked out last fight, and I reckon he has come back too soon.
Ooh.
Yeah, well, let's find out. Yeah, let's find out. It has begun. We put a cheeky $12 or whatever it was on Dustin Poirier.
Yeah, and it's not a bad bet. I mean, being more experienced fighter, he's the underdog, so definitely not a bad pick.
Yeah, he's got nothing to lose, really. I mean, apart from the match. Apart from the nothing to lose apart from the fight, but
so an interesting aspect to this fight is actually, interestingly enough, Dustin Poirier's shaved head. You might be wondering why, because he usually has a slick back hairstyle,
right?
And unfortunately, he like will fiddle with it in fights. way too often, and that actually led to him potentially getting knocked out in his last fight because he kept
Right. Okay. So
giving
he
it.
is. So he's cut his own hair because of this little fidgety thing that he had in his repertoire. That
Yeah, he does it all the time, and same, he'll pull up his shorts quite often as well. If you just watch him when he's standing up,
okay.
keep
So
an
if
eye
he
on
gets
his hands, he'll pull up the shorts.
so if he gets knocked out, then next fight he's going to fight naked. No
You'll
hair,
have
no
to-
shorts.
You have to get the shorts that are a lot tighter than the loose or surfboard type ones. So yeah, he does have tendencies.
Vobsy, he's the James Tedesco of UFC.
Really?
James Tedesco's always getting dacked on the rugby league field. And I've often commented, like, why doesn't he just tie the string tighter so that he doesn't get his pants pulled down every match?
I was going to say, how are the Roosters doing?
Good. They beat the Broncos in round one. It's only one round so far in season 2024, and the Roosters won over in Vegas.
Viva Las Vegas.
Cowboys leading 10 points to 6 in the NRL, by the way. Tedesco does absolutely have a much more athletically sized bottom. Dustin's lacking in that area, is a bit flat. Flat.
I was going to say, some of these
I'll
shots
show myself
that
out.
Benoit is throwing a little bit slower than he usually does, and that is because he's got a staph infection.
Oh, he's the guy. Okay, I heard something about that in the lead up. Yeah.
He had this glaring spot on his forehead. And,
Right,
the
so on
community
his
was
forehead
pretty-
as well. Like, that's one of the worst, most dangerous places you can get a staph infection is on your head. Is that where it was?
Yeah. It was,
Yeah, that's no good.
right of his forehead. Yeah. So obviously his stamina is going to be lacking.
Mm.
And it's definitely
for
showing
sure.
that so far.
Oh, for sure. I had a staph infection like quite a while ago, but man, I was fucked. Like, it takes it out of you as your body fights it. Your body fights the infection, and you are just drained.
Mm.
Yeah, I was done.
Yeah, I only had one. It was in 2019, I believe. And yeah, it knocked me for 6. Like, just, did not have any energy to do much. But to be fair, Benoit's coping pretty well. But yeah, he's usually pressuring with like quickness and tenacity. But he's lacking a little, but he's still doing well in this fight, to be fair.
So there's no belts on the line in this one, Rick?
No, but
we're doing 4 rounds.
Yeah.
Is that a division thing or?
Yeah. So basically, what happened was this fight was scheduled to be 5 rounds as a main event of a fight night. So main events are fight nights.
Yep.
Whether there's a title or not, it's going to be 5 rounds just because it's the main event.
Yep.
Because they already scheduled to fight 5 rounds, but it got moved to this card.
Yep.
Can't change it to 3 rounds because they've already signed on the dotted line. It's a 5-round fight, so that's why this fight's 5 rounds.
Right.
Special instance, but there's no title on the line.
Yep. Meant to be a main event, wasn't. They've, but everybody's committed. 12 points to 6. The Cowboys lead over the Dolphins. 15 minutes gone in the NRL. Waste of water sports around the grounds. Tries for the Cowboys, Zach Labert and Tom Did. And for the Dolphins, Tom Flegler. Moving over from the Broncos. Jeez, blink and you miss it. We're ready for round 2. I can't get used to that.
It's definitely a common theme with UFC. It's like if you go for a piss break, by the time you get back, the fight could be over.
It's
because they've already
it
come
could
back and
literally
someone's
be
knocked
over.
out. So, yeah. Like Jorge Masvidal.
I'm still coming to
The
terms with the
record.
fact that this cost me $60. I'm assuming
Yeah,
I'm assuming you
congratulations.
acquired it, maybe, or did you pay $60 too?
And I
You're on
acquired
camera.
it.
You probably should say that you paid $60 for it.
I paid. You know what? I paid an extra $5 for it, so I paid $65.
65. Oh wow.
Monopoly money. But yeah, so you've got fights that end very quickly. Like Jorge Masvidal is the record holder in the UFC for the quickest knockout
Who's that? Sorry,
of Jorge Masvidal.
Jorge Mastodon.
He got a knockout in 5 seconds. So you can imagine if
Oh
someone
wow,
said,
5 seconds. That's like one hit.
Yeah, it was a running knee. And the other guy was
Oh
completely
yeah,
out Ben
okay.
Askren.
I think I've seen that on
You remember seeing
YouTube.
that?
I think I've seen that on YouTube. Yeah, he just as soon as the bell rang, he just went flying across the.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, there was a lot of people who were doing like reactions on like YouTube and that sort of thing. And they go
Dustin
to
has
leave
swung
'cause they're
around
like,
out of nowhere. I thought that I mean it was rest hold central there, but he's just gone, nah, I'm up. I'm up and I'm out. Oh, but he's in a bad spot here. Strikes galore. Fires back with a couple of his own, though. Dustin caught in the corner, though.
back and forth.
Vopsy says Ben Askren chewed on Masvidal's knee. Legend has it the nibble marks are still there.
Fantastic.
Vopsy's also asked earlier, what even is a staph infection? Like, how does one get it? Dustin's rocked him with a shot. We'll come back to that, Vopsy. He's rocked him. He's dropped him, and he's on top. This one could be over. Dustin wins.
Dustin Poirier.
The crowd has gone nuts.
Yep. How about the Rick Grimes prediction with that one?
Rick Grimes, dead set cert, was absolutely bang on in that one. Take a bow, sir. Ivanka Trump looks like she's died and come back from the dead. I suppose to say that easier, she looks like a zombie. Not looking healthy at all there, Ivanka Trump. I blame the staph infection. It could be. I mean, you cannot underestimate just how much a staph infection takes out of you. I mean, I would put it worse than COVID. I mean, I've had COVID as well, and I was knocked around by COVID the first time I got it. But a staph infection was 100 times worse for mine. I mean, I was just death on legs when I had that.
Yeah, 100%.
Now, this came out of nowhere. Let's look at this replay. It was that left hook rocked him, and he never really recovered.
Yeah, the dominant hand, he was setting up
that's
for
a
it.
huge shot. There's blood. Look at the little blips of blood on that slow motion replay. Are those CGI'd in? It looked like it, but I don't think so.
It's legit.
Oh, he rocked him with that right hand, and that was it. Game over. The referee was like, no, you're not even getting another shot in here.
Yeah, and that was a beautiful mix of power and precision by Dustin Poirier. Just landing.
That was brutal. I mean, that was out of nowhere.
It was beautiful, too, how he set it up. Like, he rocked Benoit multiple times and then finished him.
That was a big win too, man. Even the $12.65 that I put on is a big win. Chickens, ahoy, mate! How you doing? Oh, he's having a chat to Donald Trump.
Think I better get those tax breaks.
Oh, yeah. Ivanka's impressed. She's like, yeah.
But to be fair, Dustin Poirier's wife is an absolute smoke show.
Oh, he's married. Okay, sorry. I won't make light of things like that then. I have no idea what their statuses are.
Very impressive win.
Oh,
So many
that was huge. That was massive. That was out of nowhere. I was ready to write that one off, in all honesty. And then suddenly, oh, Rick, you know your stuff, huh? This is why you're here as the resident Waste of Water Sports UFC expert. I mean, that pretty much went exactly as you called it. That was insane.
So many people counted him out. You can't count out experience.
Dropped him. Well, there goes all the favorites as well, because Dustin was not a favorite. They haven't paid me out yet. Oh, because they've only just made the official decision. Yeah, okay. I'll get paid out in a second. Wow.
Round 2 knockout.
Chickens, I am from Brisbane, Australia, and Rick is from Perth.
Beway.
Most finishes, UFC history. What does that mean?
So he's got the... most finishes is owned by Charles Oliveira, but Dustin Poirier has basically put himself in the top contention for that category.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but what does it mean though? Is that just like, so the match doesn't end by rounds? It's like a knockout, or
yeah. So finish counts as knockout or submission.
Yeah.
So
yeah, cool.
Fight ends without going to decision. Exactly right.
Awesome. Wow, that was that slow motion with the little blood droplets. Oh, that was brutal. That was brutal. Oh man. That was good. I really enjoyed that. Here we go. Replay again. This left. Boom. Right on the chin. That's what rocked him. He missed the right to follow up, but then he got him next time. Got him good and proper. Boom. Chickens, you're from Sydney. No, oh, God, that's brutal. The blood. The droplets of blood.
What a big win too. Dustin needed that. Dustin needed to get back into title contention, which he is certainly back in, because he is top 5 lightweight, and now he'll be officially top 3.
Wow.
So, fantastic stuff. Battered him. Absolutely battered Benoit.
Oh, wow. Oh, yeah, he belted him all right. Vopsy says, now Cheeto discombobulates Sean O'Malley.
We can only hope. We can only hope.
Is there only one fight left? This has gone so quick. Yep. Yeah, there is only one fight left. That's gone very quick, it feels like. I mean, it wouldn't be quick if you watched all the prelims and everything.
Yeah.
Oh, a cheeky monster. Uh-oh, Logan Paul's not going to be happy. Oh, speak of the devil. Speak of the devil, there he is. He's like, oi, he was drinking Monster. We're supposed to have a deal. Jeremiah Nanai has just scored for the Cowboys. I'm glad I changed my tip last second. Oh, there we go. I've been paid out now. The cheers for Donald Trump. You know, if you listen to the media, Donald Trump is one of the most hated people on earth. The cheers.
Yep.
The cheers are very telling there for the next president of the United States of America. Okay, so I have been paid out on that. Very nice. All right, so Rick Grimes, dead set cert. Is Krusty the Clown going to win?
Well, Krusty the Clown is the favourite, and it's fair enough because Sean O'Malley is a fantastic striker. He's fortunately he's one of those heels who they can run their mouth, but they can walk the walk as well. I personally really want Cheeto Vera to win. He's got the tools to do so. Marlon Vera is very well rounded, but when it comes to striking, obviously Sean O'Malley does have an advantage in that area. But my official prediction is
that because of
why.
Is that because of the height advantage?
He's got the height. Yep, he's got the reach. The way he measures distance very well. Plus how much he trains kickboxing. And he's got power, to be fair. But my official prediction is Marlon Vera, and the reason why is because they have fought each other before.
Yes.
Marlon Vera finished Sean O'Malley.
Right.
So my prediction is that he does a rerun.
Rick Grimes,
Yeah.
dead set cert, going for the upset. I love it. Again, he was right last time. Do not discount the call, the dead set cert call of the Rick Grimes. He was correct last time. Let's see. I'm trying to get the odds up. UFC. There we go. Okay. Sean O'Malley. Oh, $3.11 Marlon Vera is paying for the upset win. I like it. Okay, well, I can put $15.42 on this and back the upset at $15.42 and still be ahead for the day, even if it loses, because we backed Dustin Poirier in their last fight.
I like that.
I like it as well, because if it pays out, we end up over $50 up on the day. All right, so I've gone Marlon Vera. I have gone with the Rick Grimes dead set cert. The thing is, though, he looks... I mean, okay, Sean O'Malley looks like a clown, but I don't know. Marlon Vera looks like... He looks like he'd take you out for dinner and a chat. He looks like too nice of a guy for UFC contests.
There's a few of those fighters who are extremely nice outside the octagon, and then once they're locked in that cage, they're
the bell rings.
Killers.
The bell rings, and it's what's his face? Festus. Yes, that's the one.
They transform into an absolute beast.
Vobsy says, "Just go Cheeto moneyline." Who's Cheeto?
That's Marlon Vera. That's his
okay.
nickname.
Yep. Okay. Yep. Oh, they call him Marlon Cheeto?
Yeah, they can call him Marlon Cheeto or just Cheeto Vera. Because he doesn't really get called Marlon that much. That's just his legal name that they have to put there.
That's just his name. Why would we call him that?
To be fair, when CM Punk fought, he wasn't Phil Brooks. He was CM Punk. But
yeah, that makes sense though.
Yeah, just because he's got the character, So and you got the announcer to do it.
Yeah, it's kind of like Tom Cruise isn't really Tom Cruise, but I think if he went to UFC, oh Jesus, I'm just picturing that. I'm just picturing Tom Cruise in a UFC fight. But if he went, he'd be billed as Tom Cruise.
Because his real name is like Tom Mapotha the Fourth or something.
Yeah. You completely understand Hollywood wrestling, whatever. You completely understand why some people change their name.
Oh yeah, 100%. I mean, take Andrew Lincoln, right? The guy who plays Rick Grimes. His
Oh,
real
yeah.
last name is Andrew Clutterbuck. He
Is it
said,
really?
yeah, he said, this isn't going to work for
Oh, God.
my stage name. So
Because
Andrew Lincoln.
I was going to say, Andrew Lincoln's not that bad. Where are we headed with this? But,
Yeah.
yeah.
He said the way that Clutterbuck sounded, he said it sounded like a Hobbit name from Lord of the Rings. He's not wrong.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. And who's is it Shawn Michaels? Shawn Michaels has got the really horrendous last name as well.
Oh, does he really?
Yeah. Well, I know that the Ultimate Warrior was James Hellwig, but I think it's Shawn Michaels, maybe Hinkenbottom or Higginbottom or something like that. Yeah, Shawn Michaels' real name. Yeah, Michael Shawn Hickenbottom. I can understand, like, the winner of this bout and new World Wrestling Federation champion, Shawn Michael Hickenbottom. Just doesn't have that ring to it, does it?
Yeah. Here we go, the walkouts.
Main event of the evening. Bruce Buffer is on Cameo.
Yeah, that's right.
That's Bruce, not
Michael.
Yeah, not he's much better at this job, brother. $375 to get a shout out video from Bruce Buffer.
Wow. Well, to be fair, he's raking it in because if you look at it, over 1,000 people have bought it. So
just imagine Bruce Buffer doing Cameo and being like, "All elite Scooby Doo."
Yeah, that's right.
I'm glad you remember that, because that would have just been a dead spot if you didn't remember that. All elite Scooby. Man, I had fun. Dad and I went to the Undertaker One Dead Man show. He even acknowledged himself in the show of just like, I'm not good at this, so bear with me. I'm pacing around the stage. I walk around a lot. He said, I know I walk around a lot, but I'm telling you, that's just nerves. He said, I can go out in front of hundreds of thousands of people and be the Undertaker, but if you put me in this room with 100 of you, I get nervous, man. I said, I can appreciate that. I can appreciate that. I can put a camera on my face and go live on YouTube and just not even think about it. Whether there's one person watching or 100, don't even think about it. But if I was in a room right now and there were like 5 people, I'd freeze up too.
Yeah.
So I totally get it. But it was a fun night. It was good just to be in the presence of the Undertaker and the intro. You went to the Perth one, Rick? Did you?
Yeah.
Yeah. So just to have the introduction, you got to experience the gong and the lights dropping out. I don't know if they did that. I don't know if they did that in Perth. I'm assuming they did. But the gong and the lights drop. And unfortunately, the whole thing led to rolling. But hey, it is what it is. There was still that little part of it that was... yeah, it was good fun. James says, okay, I'm doubling down on O'Malley, KO. He's doubled down. Well, didn't he already put... Oh, no, that was the last fight that he put $260 on. I was going to say double down is like $520. That's a big bet. Speaking of the lights going out...
See what
This is not the introduction I was expecting.
Fireflies are out.
Not the introduction I was expecting from Krusty the Clown. God, doesn't this guy look like a prick and a half? Just his... Yeah. Just his... Yeah. Yeah, I want to punch the TV right now. Look at him. What a goof. I hope he never sees this video, by the way, but I'll say, hang on, 5'11". Okay, yeah, so he's an inch taller than me as well. I'll keep all my trash talking for Marlon. I'm bigger than him. He'd still whip me though, let's be honest.
I was gonna say, it's like
these guys are professional fighters. I think I would have my ass handed to me, let's be fair. I'd probably get done in by this. Look at some of these security guards, man. I'd get done in by half of them as well.
Yeah.
The security guards probably do half the fighters. I mean, not these guys on screen now necessarily, but some of them that I've seen. All right, Krusty's got his gear off. He's more Krusty the Joker clown tonight.
He's obviously he's got the coloured hair and that sort of thing. He's actually best friends with Kashi 6ix9ine. Those types of people. So you can.
I don't know who that is.
Tell. Well, exactly.
No, I mean I really don't know who that is. Is that a YouTuber?
Yeah. Oh, he's a musician.
Rapper. Ah, rapper?
Yeah, rapper, yeah.
Yeah, okay. I was going to say had to be rap. Had to be rap.
He's very similar in terms of how O'Malley looks, because O'Malley copied his look off him. With the coloured hair, the grill.
I hate rap. Rap is crap. Speaking of Kurt Hennig. What was their stable name? The West Texas Rednecks? Was that it? Rap is crap.
West
Texas Rednecks?
Or
yeah.
Something like that.
Seven minutes to go till the halftime break. Cowboys leading the Dolphins 24-12. James is predicting a Krusty the Clown second round knockout.
Ooh. Yeah, you've got O'Malley, whose pink shorts is first time any fighter has worn pink shorts before. This is the first time.
Oh, really?
Exclusive deal. Yep.
Wow.
Said he wanted pink, and they gave him pink.
See, I would have accepted the pink if the offset color was black, because you think about Bret Hart, the Hart Foundation, the pink and black attack. Yeah. Looks fantastic. Works. Pink and this aqua blue looks ridiculous. It's a clown show.
You're absolutely right there.
Yeah, and I really, really hope that he gets knocked out. I mean, I don't think we're thinking knockout, are we? But I'd like him to lose. I'd love it if he loses.
Yeah.
Knocked out would be a bonus. Look at him. Oh, look at him. I mean, he hasn't even done anything, and I just want to punch him in the face. I kind of feel bad now.
One of the judges.
I feel bad now that I'm just ripping on him. He hasn't even done anything. He didn't even do anything ridiculous like that MVP fella did. Like that MVP fella, he gave you a reason to want to punch him in the face. This guy's just oh, what? He's colored his hair stupidly. I hate him.
To be fair, O'Malley's done similar stuff to Page in the cage. Page in the cage.
Yeah, right.
He one fight he pretended to play basketball while fighting.
Oh, okay. How did that work
an
out?
invisible ball. Well, he won, but didn't change the fact that he looked like an absolute goof doing it. All right, come on, Cheeto.
Oh, God.
You know how we were talking about ridiculous names earlier? One of the judges is Eric Colin.
I saw that. I wonder, any relation to Carlos and Carlito?
Primo and Epico.
I'll tell you what, right now, if I were there in the crowd, I'd be storming the cage and kicking Bruce Buffer in the nutsack. God, he's annoying.
Running interference.
Jeez. Just, why can't they speak normally, Rick? I don't understand. It does not, for me, and it could just be a personal thing, it just doesn't add anything to the spectacle, or it's just told normally. You can be excited without sounding like a complete retard.
Well, that's why I personally like how Michael does it.
Exactly.
Very
he is over the top, but it's like, it's believable. Bruce is like, for the love of God, somebody needs to get this anal plug out of me quick smart. Second round or within two? Yeah. I think he means within two. Within 2 rounds, I think. Yeah. Bobsy is what he's gone for there. O'Malley 2-round knockout. Not specifically second round, first or second round.
The way O'Malley, when Bruce Buffer said, and 1 loss, which is to Marlon Vera, O'Malley put up the 0 to indicate that he's defeated. A very heel tactic right there, saying, I never lost. I never lost.
There are literal clown wigs in the crowd for the supporters of this idiot.
Says a lot about them, right there.
Yeah, it says a lot about them. I wouldn't want to have drinks with them afterwards in the bar. Just actually, adjusted his nutsack there.
They came back and some of them looked like children, which also says a lot about O'Malley's fan base.
I've got candy in the van.
I got free Wi-Fi. You got to upgrade. Yeah, no, here we go. This is, come on, Cheeto, right? We're all going Cheeto.
Yeah, yeah, because screw this guy in pink.
Exactly. Here we go.
It is on. It is on. So we got 5 rounds here?
Yep, 5 rounds.
5 rounds for the bantamweight champion. I nearly called it the Batman weight champion. Bantamweight. Bantamweight. There's an N in there. Bantamweight. It's just a standoff at the moment. Both fighters just trying to suss out some sort of opportunity.
Yeah, absolutely. The first round is always the data collection round. You're trying to see what their game plan is, your openings. Great information round. Unless you're Mike Tyson in the 80s and you're finishing everyone in the first round.
Yeah. So are the rounds longer for the main event, or is it all the same?
It's all the same. It's
all
just
the same.
2 additional tacked on, so 10 minutes added. There's been a argument for some fighters where they'll actually turn it up in the final rounds. And they argue for basically to have no time limit. It goes
Just go drops. Until we drop.
Yeah.
I like it.
Would be fantastic, actually. Yeah.
Even just for just try it out and see sort of thing.
Yeah.
Just have a fight till you drop. Have tag team fights as well.
Yeah, they've done that in a few.
Oh, they've done it. Oh, jeez. There you go.
Not in UFC. In more of the independent promotions.
Yep.
Do like 3v3s, although the only problem with that is do the 3v3, as soon as one guy is knocked out or eliminated or whatever, then becomes a 2-on-1.
Yeah.
And then it's all over.
So it's basically
as soon as you
over
lose one
at that
person,
point. Yeah.
it's over.
It's not like wrestling. There's no coming back from that.
There's no Super Cena to save you. Yeah. O'Malley's been doing a really good job at just picking Tito apart with the leg kicks.
Oh, it's opened up here almost. Halftime in the NRL. Cowboys 31, Dolphins 12. That's a big halftime lead for the Cowboys. I'm glad I changed my tip at the last second. I mean, it was literally the last minute. I switched over and jumped on the Cowboys. I'm glad I did at the moment. 31-12 it is at halftime there at Suncorp Stadium. Yowza. Yeah, that was a very good call to switch over. Oh, jeez, that was a big swing from Krusty. He missed, but that was a big... He unloaded with that one. 1 minute to go in this first round. The main event of the evening. So many... Is there more tattoos or sponsors on the ring canvas?
There's a few fighters who, like, they're so tatted up that they're actually, like, trying to figure out, like, a room. Or they get their friends to get the tattoos that they would get if they had room. Like, absolutely ridiculous. Once you start getting tattoos on your face, no real...
Yeah, you know you've run out of space officially at that point. Whoops.
Shots, yeah. Yeah, O'Malley's doing very good in this first round.
Oh, very solid. He hasn't looked flustered at all. There we go. Siren sounds. I mean, it felt like nothing really happened, but... Oops. It felt like nothing really happened, but what I'm assuming happened is what you said, Rick, at the top of it was... it was just a feeling out process, that round one. And just sussing out where the future opportunities may lie. These are both very... very patient and smart fighters, just trying to seize their opportunity.
Era's choosing not to sit down.
Yeah, that's interesting. Well, both are standing up, it looks like, yes?
Yep. Yeah.
Both fighters refused the stool. It's straight into round two. Oh, God, we don't even have a chance for a toilet break. They need to throw a women's match in between rounds so we can have a piss break. That's not nice. Oh, that wasn't nice at all.
These days with women's wrestling, it's definitely come so far, you know.
Oh, for sure.
They used to be considered the piss break.
For sure. Now it's just Becky Lynch. I take her.
Yeah. Or Nia Jax. You're just like, I might leave for this one.
Yeah. I mean, unless she's fighting Rhea Ripley, and then you've got to watch Rhea Ripley.
Exactly.
Rhea will hold that shit up. But no, that said, I didn't watch. What was I getting ready for? I was getting ready for something else. I didn't watch the Rhea Ripley fight with Nia Jax. It was on in the background. Yeah. I had the volume up. I didn't watch it though. All right, the crowd has come to life here in round two.
both going tit for tat, really.
Yeah. It's a Mexican standoff.
Crowd definitely behind Cheeto, though.
I can't imagine why.
So you have a few of those fans for O'Malley, the clowns in the crowd, but
Oh, he's caught his foot. No, dropped him. I can't get used to Joe. Like, I know we talked about it earlier. This is obviously where he started, and the podcast came second. I just can't get used to Joe Rogan calling a fight. I was just listening to him talk about Bigfoot and aliens, and now he's talking about uppercuts and left hooks and.
I do enjoy the old Joe Rogan Experience podcast.
Oh, it's fabulous. Fabulous. Some of the people he gets on, but this is also the beauty of it. Some of the people he gets on, I'm just like, God, what are these people on? But
yeah,
that is the beauty of it. So many different backgrounds and cultures and thoughts, and I mean, that's what makes it work. That's what makes it so good.
What's actually fascinating is it was just in the news the other day. One of the guests he had on, a guy named Sheldon Johnson, he just got discovered to be a serial killer.
Oh, geez, really? Oh, wow.
Yep. He was on the Rogan podcast, and then, yeah.
Oh, that's a big knee. Oh, trouble here. Trouble here. O'Malley has got Vera rocked.
Oh,
he has recovered, though. He's recovered nicely. He has recovered, and he is standing firm, but that rocked him. Big knee. Oh, he's in trouble now, Vera. Krusty's going in for the kill. Tries to catch his leg.
Krusty Burger.
Yeah, Krusty smells blood. Oh, it's a matter of time now. Vera is rocked. Here in round 2. This is what James said. James said 2-round KO. He's got 35 seconds.
It is opened up on his right cheek.
James, I feel like Krusty's given up on that KO, though, with 20 seconds to go. He had an opportunity.
Realize, there's so much of this fight left to go. Maybe don't expend too much energy here.
UFC Only Fam says, did last fight teach you that in MMA... Oh, Vera down to one knee. That's the end of the round. He survived, but he only just survived. Did the last fight teach you that in MMA, a known entity is always a surer thing than an unknown? Well, I backed it. I backed the Rick Grimes dead set cert. We got the win.
Paid off. But that is the thing. Like, anything can happen in the UFC. All it takes is for one guy to, zig where they should have zagged, and it's all over.
That's it. All right. There's no time for piss breaks in MMA, but I'm going to try and have one.
Go for it. Well, yeah, that cut. No, Vera. It's under the eye. Not obscuring his vision in any way, thankfully. So hopefully he can recover from that. O'Malley was doing very well in the second round. First round, he was just to score the win for that round. But the second round, he's been landing some tough shots like that knee and some 1-2s.
Oh my God, we're back on.
Yep.
You can't take a break in this. Vera has come out swinging in round 3. You get the feel that
You're gonna have to.
maybe he feels like he's hanging on by a thread and he's going to end it now.
Yeah. I have to bring a empty water bottle for the UFC events in the future.
Yeah. Or what's it called? The Jim Ross has spoken about it in the past. He used to have one at WWE. The tube, the drip.
Oh yeah.
Whatever it's called, the actual terminology for it. Yeah, he's spoken about that in shoot interviews quite a bit, actually. The old piss tube into the baggie under the desk that he and the King used to have, because there was no toilet breaks in the WWE when you're announcing. Yeah, the announcers can't take piss breaks in the women's matches. Round 3. It happened so quickly. 3 minutes to go. Krusty the Clown well on top, I'd say, at the moment.
Yeah.
Vera's got to do this by like what we saw in the last match, just a random, out of nowhere, just knockout.
Yeah. Catch O'Malley.
Yeah, because I don't think that he can just carry on like this, go to the end, and get the judge's decision. From what we've seen so far, he's got to drop him. And I would love to see it. Oh, God, I'd love to see this guy punched in the face. I mean, he hasn't even done anything. Like you've talked about it, Rick, that he has in the past behaved heel-like in the ring, but he hasn't even done anything tonight. I still don't like the guy. Well, I don't think he has anyway. He's just been very, very clinical.
Yeah, he's definitely a sniper in the octagon with his striking. That's what I was talking about earlier. Like, striking is just so good.
He's busted open in the lips now, I think, or is that coming from the nose? Vera's busted open again, though, from somewhere. That is a fresh cut.
Yeah, I know Vera had a opening on his right cheek.
Yeah, it was it was the cheek under the eye, but I think this is nose or lip. One. He's been busted open again. It's interesting because I saw in the tail of the tape before the fight, Krusty is 5'11", I think it said 5'11", and Vera 5'8". But when they're squaring up in the ring like this, you can't really see the difference.
Yeah.
Oh, God. 30 seconds to go here in round 3. He's just got to hold on. Oh, that was good. Hold on, though. Come out in round 4 and just go ballistic. There's only 10 seconds left. It's too late now. Oh, he fell over. Yeah. He tried to get a kick in and fell over. 4, 3. He's lucky there. Got away with that. Kicked away. Oh, he's talking. He's talking. Krusty's talking.
Damn heel.
How dare he? He can't look at you. He's cross-eyed at the moment. He's been beaten for 3 rounds. I think it's slow to update.
Yeah, Vera, like his coach said, he's got to dig deep.
Dig deep, yeah, 100%. It's all about digging deep now. Oh my God. Okay. How long has this been going on? I'm still not used to it. We're back already. My God, I haven't even caught a breath. And these guys are out there fighting. Jeez. Round 4 of 5. Main event of the evening. It's a jolly great clown show at the moment. He's got to go for it, Vera. He's got to go for it. Vopsy says... Sorry. Vopsy says Cheeto is probably wishing their first fight was for the belt. This ain't going his way.
Yeah.
It's KO or nothing. I get that impression too. Like, I'm very new to this, but I'm getting the impression that Vera has to just punch his face off, or he's not winning if it goes through the rounds to the end.
Yeah, exactly. No, he could absolutely dominate these last 2 rounds and maybe get the decision.
Yeah.
But, yeah, unfortunately, with how things have been going, very tough. He just has to go for the knockout or submission, you know.
Oh, he's gone for it. Knee. Flying knee. Krusty gets away from it, though. Defends well. That's what he needs to do, though. That was an opportunity.
Yeah, that was a nice flying knee.
Oh, he's definitely fired up here, Vera. But Krusty, he's got the advantage, Krusty. He knows that he can retreat. As you were just saying, Rick, for the next couple of rounds, he can just retreat if he feels under threat.
Yeah.
And still be on top. Oh, no, he's fallen over. He's fallen over his own feet there, Vera. He's definitely gone up a gear, though. He's decided it's all or nothing, and that's what he has to do. Yep. And he might have punched himself out now. He might have struck himself out here in this round.
Yeah, because, like, even if O'Malley lands more, but Vera's the more active fighter, you know, it looks very good in the judge's eyes.
Yeah.
If you're the guy who's constantly moving forward, constantly throwing.
Yeah, well, Krusty's just defending at the moment. I mean, he's put on some offense there, but was really lazy offense.
Yeah.
But he's just defending at the moment. He's defending his lead. He realizes he's on top, and he's just backing up. James says, has it been worth the $69.99, Dan? If I weren't claiming this back on tax, I'd probably be pretty upset. Yeah. Yeah. It
feels like by the time you start, show's over just because of how quick it is.
Yeah, it probably had I had this set up correctly, probably would have felt better. I was so lazy and setting everything up. Like, I set the stream up 15 minutes after the main card started, so yeah, it probably would have been better had I had it all set up correctly. But
to be fair, like, the show goes quick or not, like, the thing that you're paying for is still only 5 fights, you know?
Yeah.
The
Yeah, exactly
prelims
right.
and early prelims are both either free to air or subscription based instead
I'd,
of
I'd be much
that.
more upset
Money.
over. I'd be much more upset over buying a boxing pay per view that ended in round one knockout. You know.
Yeah. Like people during the Tyson days, they were actually upset that he'd finish
Yeah.
fights
Oh,
so
absolutely.
quickly, just
All the
because
time.
you pay all that money. Yeah. And then Buster Douglas, shocking the world, knocking Tyson out.
That is the end of the round, and that one goes to Vera. But unfortunately for him, Krusty's decided to sit down this time.
Yeah, I think he realizes he's got to conserve all the energy he has for the fifth round.
Jesus Christ, look at that. They've got the skewers up his nose, and there is actually blood coming out. Oh my God, this is brutal. They stuck kebab skewers up his nose, and there's blood coming out. And now there's blood everywhere on this side of the ring. Vera is busted open from pretty much every potential orifice. Oh, what a brutal sport. James, yes, I do know that I can stream it for free, James, but there's a lot of uncertainty around those streams. Those perfectly legally acquired streams can cut off at any minute. And then you've got to try and find another source for a perfectly legitimate acquired stream. I think in the circumstances, considering that I can just make this a tax write-off, I may as well just pay the $60. You know what I mean? Rather than bollocksing about with all that. If I couldn't write this off, I'm with you. I'd be looking for it for free, for sure. But the fact that this is just a write-off, who cares? I'll take the certainty of the actual live feed so that we can stream it. I think that makes sense.
Yeah.
Vobsy says, all those very legal streams annoy the fuck out of me. Exactly. All those ads and click X to close. And then suddenly you click X and there's a porno in front of you. Rick's laughing because that's exactly what happened to him earlier. Oh, no. Our man's in trouble here, Rick. Round 5. Yeah, Krusty's come out firing. Oh, big kick to the side of the head. And Krusty is just putting an exclamation mark on this one. Vopsy says, all of a sudden I'm being sent penis enlargement pills. Like, please leave me alone. I'm trying to see the fight. Oh, poor Vera. He is just completely rocked here. 3 minutes to try and pull a knockout out of his anus.
Yep. It's happened before with Leon Edwards and Kamaru Usman. So it's not impossible for a fighter that's been down several rounds to pull something out of the fire and get the win, but still doesn't look good.
No, it's not looking good at all. He's just, wow, clinical. Krusty. A Krusty clinic. Well, we still finished up for the day. For those of you following the Rick Grimes dead set certs, we did still finish for a positive on the day. But look, this one's not over yet. We've got 2 minutes for Vera to pull a miracle knockout. Last 2 minutes. I think he's spent, though. He's a spent force. The poor guy is just completely done. Come on, just one shot. Just one shot. One roundhouse. Knock him down. Oh, dear. It's the funny thing is he, as I said, he really hasn't done anything. He just looks like an unlikable character. He wasn't like MVP really just like made you hate him.
Yeah.
This guy is honestly, he's done nothing. He just, yeah, just that hair and that face and. Oh, that was a good knee. 30 seconds to go. He didn't rock him quite enough, though. That was a chance. It's what all it did was wake up the beast within Krusty the Clown, though. 10 seconds to go. Oh, he doesn't even want to fight anymore. Krusty, he's retreating. Now he moves forward, and that'll be it. Oh, it's a big win. Comprehensive win for Krusty. Comprehensive win for Krusty the Clown.
Yeah, unless the judges were on their phones the entire fight and think, no, Cheeto Vera won. It's looking like a
well, we can only hope. Well, after the fight, there is one fighter on his feet. There's one down on the ground. That's got to come in. Oh, no, now he's gone down too. now Vera's dropped down as well. He should have stayed up. That would have looked good.
Yeah.
Krusty's down. Leaning up against the cage. I mean, if you just tuned in and you saw that sight, you would think that he won.
Exactly.
Krusty's down on the side of the cage, shaking his head. Vobsy says that Cheeto should have faked low and gone for the head kick more often because a leg kick was the reason Sean lost before.
Yeah, that's true.
Well, betting-wise, we came out on top for the day. Thank you, Dustin. That was a big win, Dustin Poirier.
That was fantastic.
That was a huge win.
I knew with that fight, I'm like, you just cannot count out I like Dustin Poirier.
Oh yeah, I mean that was it. That was up for the entire day. That one.
Then backing my boy Jack Della as well.
Yes.
Aussie.
Oh yeah, that was a good one too. Out of nowhere. Out of nowhere.
Just a brutal knee. Nick it all. Yeah, no, this fight.
Yeah, I think this one's.
Fair,
I think this one's done though. This one's done.
Even though I predicted Cheeto to win.
Yeah.
You can listen back to the analysis, and I pretty much called O'Malley would win the fight, but
it would have been nice. It would have been nice because I mean, just look at this guy. But hey, he killed him. Killed him. Official decision, as if there was any doubt.
Yeah.
Unanimous, I'm sure.
Yep.
Oh, God, he's put sunglasses on. Boo! Boo! I'll fight him. I'll fight him if they pay me $1 million. There's Ivanka Trump. Hey, she heard me. She suddenly looks hot. I think she went to the... I think she heard me. She went and changed her makeup. She looks a lot less zombie-like. Oh, that's a huge knee. Rocked him. He got some solid strikes in, did Krusty. Big strikes. Vobsy says she probably got replaced by her clone that somehow looks better. Oh, God. Fair enough. That is a thing, you know? That is a thing. We all know that's an actual thing. Well, he's defended the title now, Krusty. Defended it very comprehensively.
Well, there is a guy who is coming for the bantamweight title. His name is Marab.
Right.
And, I think he's the guy to take the title because Marab is the guy who his pressure, his cardio is ridiculous. And I think O'Malley will try to strike with him, but Marab, his game is wrestling and grappling. And I think that will definitely overpower.
He'll get the
O'Malley.
win.
Yeah, for sure.
Bobsy says Krabby Patty Championship of the World belongs to Sean O'Malley.
Pretty much.
James says, well, we know Biden don't have a clone. Clones don't slur. All right, here's a chat for the runner-up tonight. Humongous ears, by the way. Those ears have been through some wars. Jesus Christ. They don't look real. Well, sorry to say, sir, you got your ass beat tonight. I was on board. I really was. Yeah, look, this guy, Sean, Krusty, he didn't really do anything, honestly, to warrant the dislike. He just came across as unlikable.
Yeah.
James asks, did you know there is an ear museum? I didn't, but at the same time, even if you're not joking, I would believe it. It seems like a thing that would exist somewhere in the world. I mean, there is a foot museum. So, Vobsy says, I'm all ears, tell me more. Oh, Dad Joke of the Year award for Vobsy. It's a good idea, says James. Idea spelt I-D-E-A-R. Set himself up for his own punchline, cheeky bugger. All right, what's this upcoming schedule? So what's this stuff, Rick?
So these are the future fight cards. So some of them are fight nights.
Okay, so this is like the Rampage card.
Yeah, I was going to say these are pretty much the Monday Night Raw your weekly shows.
Yeah.
They're the people who compete on them. It's kind of like the jobbers, but then you have one or
So
two.
I think
stars.
Rampage to Dynamite is a better comparison.
Also Raw, NXT, that sort of stuff. You pretty much get here, and then you got what do they call it? Main event and superstars. There you go.
Yeah.
And obviously,
So that lineup basically is not necessarily one that we would go out of our way to see. It's just there to build up to the because they've got to keep promoting. Got to keep promoting the brand.
Yeah. Those fight nights are literally just to build the future stars.
Yeah.
Yeah. Next event, UFC 300.
300, the big one. That makes sense. 300. That's huge. I mean, just not the match fights aside, just the fact that number 300 for the UFC, massive. Yeah. Who's this? Oh, is that Dustin? Dustin Poirier celebrating with some Monster Energy drink. I don't know. I don't know what it is. So what's this up in the top right hand corner? Goodman versus Schliebs, March 13th. Order now.
That's a boxing event.
Oh.
That's just because
okay. So that's not
main event, just promoting. Yeah.
That's not UFC promotion. That's the pay-per-view provider promoting. Yeah, fair enough.
And boxing has had some pretty big fights, not only recently but coming up because.
Jake Paul.
The other day, we just had Anthony Joshua versus Francis Ngannou. Francis Ngannou was a former UFC heavyweight champion. He boxed Anthony Joshua, who's one of the best boxers, heavyweight boxers in the world. And Joshua knocked Ngannou out cold.
Yeah, right.
Brilliant performance. But then in the boxing world, obviously, Tyson Fury.
Yep.
Tyson Fury is going to be boxing Alexander Usyk. It's the biggest heavyweight fight in the modern era.
Yeah, right.
Two multiple-time heavyweight champions, and they're going to be unifying all the belts. It's going to be huge. I'm looking forward to that in boxing.
Wow. All happening in the boxing world. Unification bouts, eh?
Yeah, but then for UFC 300, just to preview a big card, it's going to have 3 championship fights. So
okay, yeah. Actually, what do we have coming up here? I'm on the UFC website at the moment. Events upcoming. Yeah, obviously they're still heavily. Oh, there we go. UFC 300. Can't stop us. UFC 300. Unrivaled greatness. April 13th. Oh, that's my birthday weekend, Rick.
Oh, awesome.
Yeah, that'll be huge. I think that'd be a great. I'll try and get the stream set up properly this time. Okay, so are there any fights announced for this? There's nothing on the website.
Yeah, so UFC 300.
Oh, here we go. UFC 3. Sorry. Oh, no, UFC 300 fight card. TBD versus TBD. All right, now there's an underneath card. This must be the main event, is it? TBD versus TBD? I'm on the UFC.
Yeah, sorry.
I am on the UFC website, and it says UFC 300 TBD versus TBD, but then underneath there's the fight card. We've got a light heavyweight title bout. Alex Pereira versus Jamal Hill.
Jamal Hill. Yep. So that is the main event. It's not TBD.
Oh, okay. All right. So it's not TBD anymore. They just haven't updated it. That's the headline, the main event of the evening. Brazil again. So Brazil, obviously, I'm gathering that that UFC produces a lot of good Brazilian fighters.
Yeah, they do, because obviously Brazil with jiu-jitsu, Brazilian jiu-jitsu being one of the most prominent styles of mixed martial arts. Obviously, they didn't pioneer it, but they perfected it. So it started in Japan, but Brazil perfected jiu-jitsu, and that's why you get so many great
lots of Brazilian fighters. Yeah.
They take over all sports. I mean, look at bloody soccer or football, you know. Brazil
You're going to have to explain this one to me, Rick, because we were talking about the weight divisions earlier.
Yep.
Now, the women's. Yeah, you know.
Yeah.
you know where this is headed. What the fuck is a women's straw weight?
Straw weight. So that is.
I mean, that just sounds weak.
Yeah, exactly. That's lighter than flyweight. So instead of 125 pounds, it's 115 pounds.
Yeah, right. Well, it's no surprise, I suppose. Yeah, they're tiny, and it's no surprise that it's an all-Asian affair. It's China versus China. Zhang Weili versus Yang Xiaonan in the straw weight division.
It's the strawweight title, and they also get a big bump in social credit score. So that's going to be a huge one.
And I can't help but notice they both look like men.
Yes.
And that's going to get me cancelled for sure. But, all right, so we've got a lightweight Justin Gauthier. Is that right?
Gaethje.
Oh, okay, sorry. Justin Gaethje and Max Holloway.
Holloway, yep. For the baddest mother effer title.
Really? That's made up?
Yep.
Between the two of them.
The baddest.
Two US guys talking trash made up a title for their fight. Another Brazilian, Charles Oliveira versus Arman Sarukian.
Yep, perfect. So,
from Armenia.
Oliveira,
from Armenia.
Sarukian, yep.
And then we've got Jesus Christ, this is going to be interesting. We've got Czech versus Serbia in the light heavyweight bout. Jiri Prochaska.
All close. Yeah, it's Jiri Prochaska.
Jiri Prochaska versus Alexander Rakic.
Yep, perfect.
And then featherweight bout, Calvin Qatar versus Aljamain Sterling.
Yep. Featherweight.
Bo Nickel takes on Cody Brundage. Another Brazilian.
Yeah.
Davison Figueiredo versus Cody Garbrandt. Holly Holm, I know her.
Yeah, she's the one who knocked out Ronda Rousey in Australia when they fought. She's the one who started Ronda Rousey's WWE career.
Yeah, right, by knocking her out of UFC. Holly Holm versus Kayla Harrison. Sodiq Yusuf versus Diego Lopez, another Brazilian. And now an all-Brazilian women's strawweight bout. Brazil versus Brazil. Jessica Andrade versus Marina Rodriguez. And Bobby Green versus Jim Miller. Now, I get the feeling I've gone through all the prelims and the early prelims as well in that list.
Yeah, so I haven't sorted the fights out, but yeah, pretty much the last fight that you named will probably be the first prelim, and
I
then
would
you
hope
work
so,
your way
yeah.
backwards to the main event.
I would hope so,
Yep.
because otherwise that's an extremely long day. I mean,
Yeah.
look, the stream today went very quick, I felt. So I didn't know. In fairness, though, I didn't know coming into this. This was our first UFC stream on the channel. I had no idea. I was late already. I was 15 minutes late coming into it. So I don't know how much I can learn from this experience. It did feel quick, though, because the conversation was, oh, are you going to do the prelims as well? I'm like, oh, no, I don't like the sound of prelim. Prelim sounds pointless to me. I'll just do the main card. I was late to the main card. It's felt really quick. It probably hasn't been. I mean, it's probably been a couple of hours at least, but yeah, maybe in the future, I don't know. Maybe in the future, I go live a little bit earlier. Maybe we do some of the prelim fights, because some of those prelim fights were good. I mean, I had it on. I was watching it. I was here. I was watching it.
Yeah.
Some of those fights were good, but yeah. Yeah, there we go. Vopsy says normally last couple of prelims are worth watching, depending on the card, obviously. So yeah, maybe it is worth jumping live. Well, obviously in future I'd like to go live earlier than I did today. Today was just, it was a shambles, getting everything racing and getting everything all sorted. But yeah, we'll see. So obviously that UFC 300 card, that would be everything. That would be the entire fight card. That's not just the main stuff. That's everything that we went through there. I love it though. That's hilarious. Women's strawweight, and it's China versus China. That's fabulous. Tiny. They're tiny people. All right. Wasted Water Sports. Thank you so much for your company here. I don't know if we've got too much to say beyond that. The Rick Grimes dead set cert paid off a couple of times. We were hard done by at the end there by the clown.
Yeah, unfortunately,
God damn him.
sometimes the clowns, ruin your day.
Send in the clowns.
Don't bother, they're here. Yep.
All right. What's this? This event has ended. For other upcoming events, go to mainevent.com.au. Yeah, pay $60 for more stuff. All right. Nah, it's all good. Tax, yeah. Honestly, as long as this channel continues running at a loss, which I mean, I don't wish. In all honesty, you don't hope that your YouTube channel runs at a loss, but for as long as it does, I get 100% tax back on all this stuff. So
yeah.
So whilst it is running at a loss, good, good-o. I'll get that back. Good. Eric Tile says, damn it, I'm late. I went for a poo. That was a long poop.
Jesus.
I mean, if you were late for the UFC because you went for a poo, that could potentially be the longest poo in the history of humanity. In which case, I applaud you, sir. A solid effort. I mean, maybe.
I was going to say, I think,
don't know how solid it would be.
O'Malley the Clown did a poo on all of our predictions at the end there, but
yes, he did. Oh yeah. Well, look, if you jumped on the Rick Grimes dead set certs for the day and weighted your wages correctly, you still come out on top. That because of Dustin, all thanks to Dustin, we came out on top overall, even with that last bet. So, no, that was a good call, that one. And old mate wasn't too far off, really. It's just Krusty just defended him, and Yeah, I mean, I look at that. I watch that as a complete newbie and a complete neutral, and I go, Krusty he didn't really do anything. He just defended well, defended extremely well, got in what he needed to get in, but I was not really impressed.
Yeah.
As a complete, like, well, not a complete newbie, but as someone who still is not confident enough to know what he's talking about, I just watched that fight and went, that was a little piss weak, wasn't it? Like,
yeah, like sometimes fighters, and this can happen a lot, like a fighter can look sensational in some fights, and then they just won't show up the day of big event. You know, it happens in boxing all the time. Like even the greatest fighters have their off days, and I think if Chito Vera showed up, and it would have been a much better fight. But unfortunately,
he had his chance. Like there was that round 2 or round 3. It probably was. It was probably round 3. He got that knee in, and it rocked him. Krusty was rocked. He just couldn't. He couldn't maintain his feet. Couldn't get his balance back quick enough to then follow up. Like he rocked him with the knee, but then sort of stumbled himself. And that was probably the moment for me. Had he been able to follow through, he could have dropped him like it would have been like the previous match, just out of nowhere, rocked him with the knee and then dropped him. But he just couldn't follow through. He stumbled on the follow through, and that gave Krusty the chance to regather his feet. And I was angry. I was so angry. I was so upset. Holly Holm looks like she's about 70 years old, by the way, in this photo.
Yeah. And, I mean, she's in top shape for...
oh, Jesus. I mean, look,
age.
However old she is, I'm looking at that photo, and yeah, she's in shape, but I'm just like, she looks haggard. How old is Holly Holm?
I believe she's in her 40s. I'm not sure if...
Oh, okay. Holly
42.
Holm, born October 17th, 1981. Yeah, so she's 42.
She's
turning.
been fighting for...
No, she is. Yeah, she turned in October. She turned. She became a zombie. Yeah, wow, 42, still fighting, still looking immaculate. Yeah, I can just see from that profile photo, though, she looks really haggard. And that's not an insult. Like, I say that in a non-insulting way. I say that in a UFC fighting way. She's been around the traps. The Preacher's Daughter. Is that her nickname? Oh, Jesus Christ. The Preacher's Daughter. 8 wins by knockout. 6 wins by decision. The other girl doesn't even have a photo. I wonder what she looks like. She's just a silhouette. The other girl.
Oh, that's right, because Kayla Harrison, her fight against Holly Holm will be her debut.
Right, so they haven't even photographed her yet.
No, it's like MVP. It's going to be their debut fight against.
Well, that son of a bitch had a photo. What's her name? Sorry, Kayla. Kayla Harrison. There she is.
Here's another woman who she's a tank for a female. She's an absolute tank.
Jesus Christ, she is. She could give Brock Lesnar's daughter a run for her money. Look at that. Oh my God.
She's got
a gold medal in something.
Brother.
What did she win a gold medal for?
I think judo. I believe.
I think for whatever the fuck she wants. Look at her.
She would have just choked out everyone.
Oh, wow. Oh, so, okay. So she's been to multiple Olympics for judo. Yes, you were correct, Rick. Judo.
Yeah, that's right, yeah.
Women's judo representing the United States. So there you go. Yeah, she won gold. at the 2012 Olympics, at the 2016 Olympics, at the 2010 Tokyo World Championships. She's won a lot of judo gold. World Masters, she's won. IGF Grand Slam, whatever that is. IJF Grand Slam, sorry. Whatever that is. She's won gold. Pan American Games, she's won gold. Yeah, okay. She's won a lot of gold medals in judo. So
I figured it would be something like that because in her fights, she does a lot of judo throws and like absolutely perfect ones. So yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
And her record, she's 16-1.
Any Austin Powers fans out there? Judo chop.
Yeah, judo chop, and it completely misses by a mile and still knocks him out. It's fantastic. But I feel like it'd be great to have Austin Powers come up when Kayla Harrison appears.
Oh, fantastic! Yeah, judo.
That's a man, baby.
Oh,
that for
dear.
the Chinese women as well.
Mm. Oh, definitely in that fight. I mean, we all know my what's the word? We all know that Waste of Water Sports, the Intoxigamer in the Asian persuasion. But I mean, geez, I'm turning tail and running if I'm in a room with these two. Jeez, no offense to them. I'm sure that they're lovely boys, but okay, that was horrible. Yeah, I'm getting myself cancelled. Oh dear. Yeah, there we go. So don't miss UFC 300.
Yep. Biggest event.
Yeah, yes.
UFC history. Gonna be good.
Waste of Water Sports around the ground before we head off. Waste of Water Sports around the ground with the NRL, which is of course what we normally do here. I'm a little bit disappointed the amount of people that like called for. Look, no regrets.
Like UFC, but
yeah. By the way,
yeah.
I want to clarify. Absolutely no regrets. Rick, we've talked about it before behind the scenes. UFC was always on the cards at some point. So there's absolutely no regrets. It was always on the cards. It was on the radar. It was something that we were looking at doing from time to time, regardless. But I just think specifically this bout, this card, which was very vocally called for in the chat room, and a lot of it comes down to like it was a jolly shit show for me setting it up. I take the blame for that. I should have had it set up last night, not 15 minutes after the main card started today. So I do have to take some responsibility there, but still, Waste of Water Sports. Come on, chat room. You very, very. It was loud and it was clear. Do the UFC. I did the UFC, and about 7 of you showed up for it. Anyways, Waste of Water Sports around the grounds. 43 points to 18. The Cowboys are doing the job on the Dolphins at the moment. James says Olympics 2024. Waste of Water Sports streams would be epic. 2024, is it winter or summer Olympics? Does anyone know?
No idea.
No idea. I just wonder if it's summer Olympics. Okay. If it was winter Olympics, I'd be all in on the curling. I love that.
Yeah.
I love that South Korean women's curling team. Yeah.
Ooh.
They can curl me.
Wouldn't mind getting curled by a few cute South Koreans.
They can curl me, those girls. But anyway, I digress.
Go down south.
Olympics, eh? I wonder what a Waste of Water Sports Olympics stream would look like. HG and Roy on mushrooms. Anyway, I don't know. I don't even know what that looks like. That's so bizarre. Do you even know who HG and Roy are, Rick? Or is that has that like outaged you, that one? That reference?
Yeah, no,
that's outaged
that
you.
one went over my head.
Oh Jesus. Oh. Well, with that, we better take our leave. Hey, Waste World of Sports, thank you so much for those of you who did join us for this debut UFC stream. It's something a little bit new, something a little bit different. It's a work in progress. Look, I take all responsibility for today. I was so late getting it all set up. I started at 15 minutes after the main card began. I mean, that's just not... Yeah, you're not going to get anything from that. So that was completely my fault. So hopefully next time I'm a little bit more on the ball, and we'll see. We'll see. I'm not going to take away from Rick's. Rick's as he said, he's got his UFC bounce and goes to the pub with his mates to watch the thing. You know, look. Rick is welcome to join us for any UFC streams that he wants to. I'm not going to take away from his normal thing, though. There's no commitment. He's welcome whenever he wants to come on. Same for the wrestling. Same for the wrestling. And I don't even know if you want to do WrestleMania this year. We'll be doing WrestleMania.
Yeah.
But yeah, you're kind of in AEW La La Land at the moment. So I'm very happy to. Not be a prick and leave you there, but yeah, we are going to do WrestleMania.
I watch both. Okay, I watch both, and
you're just much more. You do watch both. You're just much more accepting of the bullshit on the other channel when things aren't going well on WWE. I think that's fair to say. I always have a laugh about that. I'm like, oh, Rick's very positive about AEW. He must be really upset about something on WWE TV right now.
Well, I was going to say, when one does really stupid things and makes really dumb decisions, be able to go to the other one. And for a while there, it was both were in that terrible phase. It was like around 2019. I was like, oh, God, they're both terrible. Yeah, no, AEW's had some great ideas. Obviously, the ranking system is a plus, just because I'm a massive MMA fan, you know, with sports.
Oh, look, the real sport. Oh God, we've opened up a can of worms now. But what I was going to say is the ranking system, the real life. I'm using air quotes for people that can't see me, but the real life sports alternative. It's what they promised us. It's what got me interested in AEW in the first place. They certainly didn't stick to it. I mean, having the ranking system and bringing it back is one thing, but are they going to stick to it? And how do you stick to it? Honestly, in a I'm going to use the F word again, but like in a fake sport, how do you stick to a ranking system? You're booking yourself into corners if you try and stick to it. But then if you don't stick to it, you're just making yourself look ridiculous. So I appreciate the idea. I just don't think it necessarily works in a professional wrestling landscape.
Yeah.
And for it to work, Tony Khan's not the guy to pull it off. I'm sorry. He's got enough people there to... he has got enough people there for this to be the greatest thing ever. He just needs to use them. And apparently he's not.
Well,
there are so many... Sorry, Rick, you go.
I was just going to say, it's funny because a lot of people complain about certain things in AEW. They don't watch it. and the problems that have been addressed, they still think are problems, so they'll, stick to saying that as gospel. I don't know. It's just like, yeah.
Well,
Complaining about things that you don't even watch.
Well, my thing is, and I love how we're ending a UFC stream with wrestling chat.
Wrestling, yeah,
it's fabulous. Well, my thing is, wrestling. You can make a superstar out of anybody if it's booked correctly. So, I bought into Daniel Bryan, the Yes movement. I bought in. I am the leader of professional wrestlers need to look like professional wrestlers. But back then in that day, I bought into the Daniel Bryan movement, the Yes movement. And Daniel Bryan's a little dude. He's smaller than me. And that's no disrespect, but I bought into that. I was all on board. Have him win. Yes. Have him win the championship. So anybody can be booked into a believable situation if it's done right. And I think that honestly, the problem with AEW, they promised the world. They really did. And this is what did it in for me is when I'm promised something and it's not delivered upon and I feel completely lied to, you've got a lot of work to do to win me back over. AEW came out and was like, oh, we're going to be a sports-based alternative. And right from the very start, there was nothing. The only sports-based thing about them was they had a pay-per-view on a football field. That was their sports-based alternative. The rest of it was just garbage indie bullshit. And, there's a reason why indies are indies. And the professionals are the professionals. And they lost me at that point. And it's going to be very, very hard to win me back. Very hard to win me back. No matter what they do, it will take a long time to win me back. And in all honesty, they've just done nothing to... Yes, they're an alternative because it's completely different. But at the same time, it's just, yeah, it's an indie show with a budget, and I think even deep down, the most diehard AEW fans have to admit that. We appreciate that. It's just a big, gigantic, overpaid indie show, and they lost. Yeah, they lost me. It's going to be very hard to get me back because I've been lied to from the start. But it would be very helpful if Tony Khan just did his coke and stayed off camera and handed the show over to the people that he's got there, the wrestling brains that he's got there to make this the biggest thing ever. The shit show with Vince McMahon. TKO were very smart to just shuffle him on, say, okay, we've got the power now, you disappear.
Yeah.
But there was that moment of opportunity where he hadn't disappeared, that if Tony Khan could just lay off the lines and go, I've got all these people here who are if he could just admit these people that I've got on my payroll are better at this than I am. That's the problem at the moment for AEW, and that's not a problem that is that they're not going to be able to recover from that. As long as Tony Khan thinks he can do this job that he can't do, they're never going to do well. He thinks he can do it, but he can't. He's proven to be terrible at it, but he's got so many people there. Jim Ross is on the payroll, or was on the payroll. I don't know if he still is, but Jim Ross was on the payroll. Jim Ross, JR's there. JR is a bloody genius dealing with the talent, booking ideas. He's Dutch Mantel was there. I know Dutch isn't there anymore, but Dutch Mantel was there. Jake the Snake Roberts, one of the greatest performers, psychology-wise, in the ring. One of the greatest professional wrestlers from a psychology standpoint, and he is just there offering nothing to the company. Use him. But no, it comes across, and I'm not there. I'm not backstage. I don't know what's going on. It comes across, though, as Tony is just playing fantasy booker, refuses to let go of anything, refuses to say, I've got all these guys on the payroll that are better than me, and just refuses to let go of that power and let these guys run the show. Ric Flair, for Christ's sake, is there. And all he's there is to plug his energy drink. Ric Flair's probably one of the greatest minds in the business. He's been everywhere and done everything. Use him. Tony is killing his own product. He's treating it as a vanity project. Anyway, that's my 2 cents. Full time in the NRL, Cowboys have won 43 points to 18. What an absolute shellacking.
Oh, elite Scooby-Doo.
I would love to see. The thing is, if Tony could just let go and let the actual minds of the business that he has on his payroll run the show, I have no doubt it could be a quality product. They've got, I joked about it the other week when I made a post on the thing about AEW has no stars. Well, I was semi-joking. They have stars, they're just not used. And that's because Tony and his buddy does his cocaine and thinks he's a booker. There's enough quality over there for them to be a true alternative to the WWE if it was just done right. There's enough people over there for it to be done right, and that's what makes it so painful. It could easily be done right. Anyway, I know you're a fan at the moment, so you're a fan of AEW at the moment, so I don't expect.
Well, I was going to say I enjoy the good parts of both and have pure disdain for the bad parts of both.
Yeah, like Orange Cassidy.
Yeah, although that idea that you shared on the Rumble stream. About Cassidy, whole concept of why he.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, if they went down that line, great.
Yeah, that'd be.
It explains it all away. Yeah, absolutely. That'd be fabulous. Explain it all away. Make it make sense.
Yeah.
But yeah. UFC OnlyFans says, no one likes broken promises. So I am to under-promise and over-deliver. Well, that's the thing. Well, that's exactly right. You know, Tony Khan comes out and says, I've got a big, game-changing announcement.
Big announcement
every
Jones.
week. And the big announcement Jones is like, oh, here's this person that nobody's ever heard of. We've signed this person that nobody knows unless you're like a hardcore mark that follows Japanese wrestling. UFC OnlyFans says Daddy Cash. Oh, that's his nickname for me, by the way, Rick. Daddy Cash. You look like a well-groomed Spaniard. Jesus Christ. Well, That's offensive to Spaniards, I suppose. I look like a well-groomed Spaniard. It was funny. There was we're going back in the day a little bit here, but we had this piss up at what has gone on to become Intoxi HQ. Oh, Spaniard the YouTuber. I thought you meant Spaniard people, like Spaniards, people from Spain. I didn't need to explain that probably, but Spaniard the YouTuber. I look like a well-groomed Spaniard. Apparently, there's a YouTuber called Spaniard. I do apologize.
Yeah,
oh, there is. You've heard of this person, Rick? I do apologize. I don't know anybody. I mean, it's not even offensive. I don't mean it to be offensive. I don't know anybody. My YouTube history is like Jim Cornette, Eric Bischoff, music. Markiplier doesn't even come up on my suggested anymore. Like, I'm so far removed from other YouTubers. You know what I mean? Yeah, no idea. So Kevin Nash, even though I've stopped listening to Kevin Nash a little bit, lost interest. Very keen for the new Sean Waltman podcast. He seems like a really fucking level-headed guy. Sean Waltman with great stories. Fangin' and Bangin' with Gangrel is a surprisingly good podcast as well, for those who may not have listened to it. Which is hilarious because Gangrel was certainly not a promo guy back in his day. But very decent podcast. Fangin' and Bangin' with Gangrel. And Gangrel owns the right. He was smart enough to own the rights to his own name, even back then in the Attitude Era. So anyways, back, this piss up at Intoxi HQ, which has gone on to become Intoxi HQ anyways. So, there was this, there's a Filipino girl, right, that, long story short, apparently she was interested in the Dan Intox. Didn't know it at the time, but conversation came up just randomly, was like just about ethnicity, and so this piss up is just pure blood Aussies. Pure blood Aussies. So anyways, I've marked up and gone, I'm half Irish, half Maori. Like, I was born here, but and she pipes in and goes, "Oh, that's interesting. I thought you were something." And I'm like, "Of course I'm fucking something. Everybody's something." Of course everybody's something.
Yeah. Sounds like a Logan Paul promo. Saying a lot, but not really meaning anything.
The KSI got dropped with the RKO out of nowhere.
Yeah.
Should I look at hang on. Okay. I honestly I have no idea who this is. I'm gonna look up. I'm gonna see who this Spaniard on YouTuber is.
Yeah.
Spaniard.
He's actually a musician as well.
Oh, okay. Spaniard YouTube. Oh God. He's a little brick shithouse. I could go along with that then, I suppose. I don't know how this looks like me. I mean, we've both got full beards.
He's also tatted up to the gills.
Yeah. And I would also say, UFC's said you look like a well-groomed Spaniard. I would actually go out on a limb and say that his beard's a little more looked after than mine, to be perfectly honest. and he's got less hair, but mine is just like, I've just gone like top ponytail, couldn't give a fuck. It's just like hanging straight up there. Yeah. Don't know if I'd say I'm more well groomed than him. We seem about on par, if anything. But anyway, I'll take it. I'll take it. Yeah, so I would have I would have Tony Khan needs to step down. He needs to give power over to those that I look like Owen Kevins. Oh yeah, good old Owen Kevins. I know him.
The hell's Owen Kevins?
Old Owen Kevins. But funnily enough, that's not the first time that's ever happened. That's not the first time. You might have been there, Rick, on one of the old Intoxigamer streams when Kevin Owens first won the Universe title. I think I was streaming. Oh God, it was one of the horror games. Yeah, the name escapes me. I think you might have been there though, and somebody came into the chat room and was like, "It's the Universal Champ, Kevin Owens."
Yeah, I do remember that.
And I'm like, "What? Are you suggesting I'm fat?" And fair enough. I mean, I am overweight, but still, you know, if I let my hair.
At the time, it was also the spiked hair and the beard.
Yeah, it was very short back there. No, look, honestly, if I let my hair out, sometimes if I let the hair out, I'll get Drew McIntyre, which is a bit more. Well, at the moment, I look like that fucking doll on the tricycle from the Saw movies. The way my hair is just out there like that. But no, with the full beard and the long hair, like sometimes I will get Drew McIntyre if I'm like brushed, and I'm very happy with that. Let me brush the hair down, maybe take the bandana off. Brush the hair down, and maybe I'll get Drew McIntyre, which is a little bit more. I'm happier with that, you know, than Kevin Owens, for Christ's sake. Yeah. There we go. What do you reckon?
Absolute unit.
Yeah. Can I have the hair down? Can I have the hair down? The full beard, no bandana. Can someone please give me Drew McIntyre? It's happened off stream, but not on stream.
Drew McIntyre. I've actually been very, very happy with Drew as of late. I think he's been doing great stuff with his character.
Drew as a heel, fabulous. Yeah. He needed to be a heel. He needed to get rid of that. Whoever
the sword.
Oh yes, you knew exactly where I was going with this.
Whoever's idea. Again, reasons why I'll flip back and forth between things because it'll just be something.
I'll take the sword over the pockets, though, to be honest. But
but they're both awful. Like for me, I just stop watching one's and then just see clips of one or the other.
But at least the sword was just pre-match. Like Pockets did the match with the Pockets. Like if Drew McIntyre went into the match with the sword.
Well, he did for WrestleMania, remember?
Did he?
Tried to cut,
took the sword into the match. I don't remember that.
Tried to cut, what's his face?
Thankfully.
Madcap Moss. He tried to cut him in half and ended up cutting the rope instead.
Oh, yeah. Thankfully, I missed that one.
So dumb because it's like you tried to kill a man. How are you the face when you're trying to kill? Anyway, sorry. I'm going to go on a bloody rant on WWE in a minute.
No, you're all right.
Anyway,
well, we were talking. I would love to do if the Wasted World of Sports faithful and the chat room are open to it. I would love to do actual dedicated booking chats with you, Rick. We were talking about Sting in WWE. Let's rebook Sting in WWE. It starts with the Great Muta music that he had for WrestleMania.
Yeah. So bad, yeah.
Yeah.
And then the WrestleMania entrance where they had all those guys.
Exactly. All the Japanese guys with drums. Like,
So
is this Sting or the Great Muta? Who's coming out right now?
And also a Sting entrance during the day, super bright.
It didn't work. Yeah,
and his
it
character
really
is supposed
didn't
to
work.
be a super dark, like what were they thinking? And like at that same WrestleMania, Bray Wyatt came out during the day to fight Undertaker. Like, what are we doing here?
Yeah, UFC OnlyFans says, what was your favorite fight today, DC? I would say the Poirier fight. Not just because it was a big win for us in the betting, but just that was so out of nowhere. Like, I was taken aback by it because it felt like this fight was doing nothing, and then suddenly, I think if you watch the stream on replay, it was the most excited I got throughout the course of the day. It was just like, yes, this has suddenly turned on its head, this fight, and out of nowhere he's dropped him. So I'd have to lean towards that one. As we're back on topic. We're back on topic.
Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna have a quick piss break, and then we'll finish up.
No worries. That Dustin Poirier knockout there. UFC OnlyFans was fantastic. Definitely happy to see Dustin Poirier get the win. He's a really good dude. So I'm excited to see where he goes next, because I think with Oliveira fighting Sarukian, winner of that is pretty much. I think maybe you do the winner of Gaethje and Holloway fights Poirier. But I'd also like to see Poirier fight the loser of Oliveira Sarukian, or the loser of Gaethje Holloway, even though he's fought Holloway before, and that turned out really bad. But yeah, some great fights that can be made there. Oh, and I forgot, the press conference is on.
UFC OnlyFans says, I read that he was considering retirement soon. Oh, you can see the chat room, Rick?
Yeah.
Yeah, cool.
Yeah.
Who's this about?
This is about Dustin Poirier.
Oh, okay. Considering retirement soon. Go out a winner. Retire now. That was perfect.
Yeah.
Or maybe he wants another championship, though, huh?
Yeah, I think because every time he's fought for a title, he's been close, but, just didn't get it.
Close, but no cigar.
But I'd say he wants to avenge that loss to Gaethje, which was his last loss. Because he has a victory over Gaethje. I think the trilogy of that fight is what he'd want. And then retire, win or lose. Yeah, no, I mean,
I'll take your word for it, because I don't know, but
I was going to say I could just be throwing up random names, and
yeah, I would have no idea.
Yeah, no, I think Poirier. I mean, who wouldn't want to retire with a win, right? Just say, you know what, had a great career.
Geez, I would. I've always joked around about whatever sport that I did, had I done it. I've always joked about it. Like, okay, if I played baseball and I got a hit on my first at bat, I would retire after the first game. I would be the only player to retire with a 1,000 batting streak. If I fought and I won my first match, I'd retire. 100% record.
Yeah, that's true.
I think though, in all honesty, money probably plays a pretty big factor in carrying on.
Oh yeah.
Just quietly. Money might have something to do with it.
Speaking of money, do you think that WrestleManias will get some more sponsors on that canvas? Maybe they'll go to McDonald's. Maybe they'll,
I've got a feeling that maybe. Well, as I said to you earlier on the Discord, it was going to happen a long time ago, but Vince. One of the best things about Vince and tradition was No, we're not putting advertising on the mat. So, look, in all honesty, it would have happened a long time ago if Vince were gone a long time ago. Will there be more? Yeah, I mean, probably. I mean, the floodgates have opened now, so it all depends. What are they willing to do? What are they willing to? What are they willing to accept? It was always going to be nothing as long as Vince was around, but now, and I mean, I can't. Look, I don't like it, but from a business perspective, you can't really fault it.
You can't blame them for that. Like the themed matches that they did, like the Mountain Dew kickstart.
I can absolutely.
That match.
I can absolutely blame them for that. That was
atrocious.
Oh no,
I was going to say, I remember how much they got for it though.
Oh yeah, but I can still blame them for that. That was atrocious.
I don't.
I do.
It was atrocious. I agree, but
yeah, I blame them
for that amount of money.
You can find that amount of money elsewhere though. Like it didn't need to be. We're going to abort this entire feud for the sake of some money that we don't need. Like, if it was TNA, I could understand. TNA is not going to knock back whatever. I don't know what it was.
Yeah.
They're not going to. TNA is not going to knock back $2 million for a name sponsor on a match, but WWE doesn't need it. That's the thing. That probably is what makes it worse for mine. Is WWE doesn't need it. I can't even tie a bandana anymore at this stage of the evening. They don't need it. That makes it even worse for mine.
Well, to be fair,
that they don't even need it.
And again, this is the reason why I don't blame them from a business standpoint, is because they've done absolutely horrendous gimmick style matches before with no sponsor at all, with no monetary value whatsoever. So to do a terrible gimmick match like that, which they've done in the past, maybe not to that degree, but the fact that there was,
I just remember
money in the air for it.
We streamed that, didn't we? We were streaming that WrestleMania, and we were just like, what is happening?
It was pretty bad, and it was so sad that was Ray's last match.
Yeah. UFC OnlyFans says, "Do you think you will stream UFC again?" I think so. I had fun. I enjoyed it. Brand new to the channel. When something is brand new to the channel, you have no idea how it's going to go. It was very quiet, yes, I admit. But I also had the stream set up 15 minutes after the main card started. Well, you can't expect much when that's on me. That's on me. I'm sorry. That's on me. I'm channeling my inner R-Truth there. That's on me.
My bad.
My bad. I had it set up. I didn't even start the stream until 15 minutes after the main card started. So, look, that's my fault. That I can't blame anyone but myself for that. I enjoyed myself. It was a lot of fun. Having Rick on the stream was very helpful as well, because he knows what he's talking about, whereas I don't. It might have been a bit weird if it was just me talking bollocks for the whole thing, but Rick adds the legitimacy to it. I bring the just pointless stupidity, and I had fun. Would I do it again? Absolutely. It's all about whether it does it match up time-wise and scheduling-wise, really. As I said, Rick's got his plans that he has for UFC that I do not want to intrude on. He's welcome for UFC whenever he wants to do it. whenever I choose to do it, and we'll see. We'll just it's definitely on the agenda though for something to keep an eye on in the future for sure. Same with the wrestling. You know, we don't do all the wrestling, but we do some of them. And when we do them, Rick's welcome to join us.
Yeah, for sure. Well, that's really the only way I can really get through a wrestling pay-per-view is watch it with other people.
Oh, mate, I wouldn't. Yeah, look, I wouldn't have bought that today. I wouldn't have watched it if we weren't doing a stream. Simple as that.
Yeah.
Some things are just some things just work with a social environment. Yeah, I think. Look, it was all on me today. It was all on me. I was late and I was lazy with getting the stream set up. So, it was overall pretty dead, but that was all on me. All on me. Completely my fault. I needed to be better in getting it set up. Simple as that. So yeah, we will absolutely do another one. What that other one looks like, as I said, it depends. It depends on the timing. But yeah, there will definitely be more. Definitely. One way or another. And look, I did start another channel. I kind of got ahead of myself a little bit, I think. I don't have the wherewithal to actually follow that through. I'm going to kill that as quick as it started. It was a great idea. I thought that it would go way better than it did initially.
Oh, was that
the
Rumble?
The Rumble, yep.
Yeah.
I did think it would go way better than it did initially. I'm now leaning towards we're better off keeping it all in the same place. So we're going to keep doing what the plan was for that new channel, but we're going to do it here on this one. So I'll end up just killing that one off. It was a nice idea, but yeah, just starting a new channel. I came to the realization pretty quickly that we couldn't commit to the amount of time required to create content for a brand new thing. Much better off channeling it into this one, in my opinion. So, yeah, it was Intoxigamer in Toxiblocks, but things are a little bit different now in 2024. I was trying to take that lesson that I learned from back then, but it just doesn't really apply anymore. So. We're all about keeping it. Yeah, we can do more wrestling content. We can do more UFC content, but we can do it on this channel. We can do it on the main channel. It doesn't matter. We can do rebooking. I would love to do some rebooking things.
Yeah, that'd be dope.
Owen Hart after the Montreal Screwjob, for example, rebooking Owen Hart after the Montreal Screwjob. I feel like WWE missed a trick with Bad News Barrett when he was teaming up with Sheamus. The Money in the Bank. Sheamus had Money in the Bank. This is the period of time that I'm thinking of. Sheamus had the Money in the Bank briefcase, and he was teaming with Bad News Barrett. And I feel like they really missed a trick back then, because it wasn't really talked about back then that somebody could take the briefcase. But I think they really missed a trick. And imagine if back then Bad News Barrett takes Sheamus's briefcase to try and cash in, steals the briefcase, fails,
steals it,
steals the briefcase. Goes out, fails, has to come backstage. Sheamus is looking for his briefcase, and Wade Barrett comes back and says, I've got some bad news. I took the briefcase and I lost. Your Money in the Bank contract is gone. Like, what?
And then you got a good feud between them
and you've got a feud between those guys.
But not only did they fail there with Wade Barrett, they failed when he was the leader of Nexus, and they were white hot.
Big time.
Yeah, interrupting every match. And I love that concept of the rookies, the guys who were made fun of, put into stupid games on NXT, decided to go after the top dog at the time, John Cena.
Yeah, I was going to say,
dismantle the ring.
I was going to say, Rick, is this even like John Cena in shoot interviews says, my biggest regret is that Nexus angle?
Yeah.
Killing them?
Exactly. Yeah, like they were, perfect booking for a debut, in my opinion. But everything from then on went super downhill, unfortunately, because they could have been the biggest and most dominant faction,
Yeah, absolutely.
And remember how it wasn't it decided on the day of SummerSlam when Vince was like,
supposedly,
gotta send the crowd home happy.
Yeah, supposedly. Gotta send the crowd home happy, pal.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, the crowd's not going to be very happy after WrestleMania this year.
Yeah.
Because I'm convinced.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, look, I'm convinced they've booked themselves into a corner at the moment because, honestly, I don't think they've come this far with Roman
not to break
without breaking Hogan's record.
Exactly, yeah.
Yeah. Why? I know that it was a Vince thing, so maybe, and the reports are that Roman himself has even been like, I'm done. I need to be out.
Yeah.
So maybe it was just a Vince thing, and now that Vince is gone, it's like, yep, okay, who cares about this record? Maybe the record was just a Vince thing, because those reports are lurking around that even Roman was like, I don't want it, I'm done, I need to go part-time. It's just all too much, my health issues and everything, all too much. So we'll see, but I don't know, man. I don't know. You don't come this far without... but they haven't really acknowledged it. It's like when we were doing the Royal Rumble stream.
Oh, yeah. Yeah,
and
they kept saying Cody.
They kept saying the two-time winners. They kept acknowledging it. That gave it away for me immediately. They've drawn attention to it. So they've never actually mentioned on TV the Hogan record. So maybe they really don't give a shit. But yeah, it's interesting. Yeah. It'll be very interesting to see if they get out of this with Roman as the champion. Oh God, it's gonna be a riot.
People will be pissed. Yeah. Well, I saw a good theory that said they reckon they were building Cody to be, next big thing. So what
of course they were. Yeah.
Is number 30. Remember how he won the Rumble at 30?
Yep.
And he won at 15. Some people reckon there's a theory that I saw that says he'll win the next Royal Rumble, but this time it'll be at number 1. So you've got the Trinity. You've got 30, 15, and 1. And each time you see him slowly, try harder and harder to win the title.
I guess the only problem though is like, I guess the only problem is that if he, and this is where they've completely booked themselves into a corner. If he doesn't win this year,
he has to win.
You go into the Royal Rumble next year, and it's like, why? What's the point of him even winning? Because he's been proven to fail on the big stage.
Yeah, but again, like you said, pushed into a corner where it's like now they have to do it. It's almost like they've teased you so many times, like Triple H said when LA Knight didn't win the Money in the Bank. He said, "Good things come to those who wait." So it does seem like he's a long gamer.
Well, let's see.
Booking. So I think they have to, either it's this year or it's next year.
Oh well, it's got to be, doesn't it? I mean, he looks like for me, like I'm a little bit of a different kettle of fish. Wrestling's different to the way I look at it because I have a very short-term memory. Wrestling fans in general, the short-term memory is non-existent.
Yes.
I retain that information though. That's where things are different for me. I remember it, and like I was talking about, like Damian Priest. Like, what a piece of shit they've made Damian Priest look like. He's the money in the bank holder, for Christ's sake.
Yeah, he's an absolute jobber now, unfortunately.
Yeah, he is the money in the bank holder, which puts him directly in line for a title shot. And he's out there in Perth getting airplane spinned by a 5'4" midget.
Yeah.
And
how about the Judgment Day starting off as potentially one of the most menacing type of factions, only to add, like, you had Edge, Damian Priest, and Rhea.
Edge was the perfect leader for that faction.
Yeah, the cult lead. Yeah, it was perfect. Rhea, great, because now you have a member of your faction that's in the women's division, so you can dominate every division. And then Damian Priest is your enforcer. Perfect.
Exactly.
And then what made no sense was when they replaced Edge with Finn Balor. Not only does it not make sense for Finn to be the leader because he's the smallest, he's smaller than Rhea, right?
Oh, yeah.
Not only does that
100%.
make no sense, but before that turn, when they replaced Edge, and the Judgment Day defeated Finn Balor and AJ Styles and all that. So replacing the guy who just won your faction a massive match with the loser of the match makes no sense whatsoever.
Exactly.
Why would you? Yeah, it doesn't make any sense.
And like even despite all that, like the way that they booked that match at in Perth, where Damian Priest was copying all the offense from the little guys. I don't even know who they were, those little dudes. But
I don't even know either.
Honestly. Yeah, Pete Dunne. I don't know who they were. But yeah, Damian Priest was copying all the offense. And the Judgment Day won because they went up for a top rope suplex. And Finn Balor was on the outside, grabbed Priest's leg to prevent him from being taken over in the top rope suplex. And that was the moment that turned the match around. And this is what I got so angry about, is like Priest, who is the biggest out of all of these guys. He is a monster compared to everyone else in this match. Priest was saved by Finn Balor holding onto his leg. It should have been the complete opposite way around. Finn Balor should have been getting dominated 2-on-1 by the dudes who are the same size as him. Priest from the outside grabbing Balor's leg to prevent him from getting swung over. There's your finish. Priest isn't made to look like a gigantic piece of shit getting beaten up by these little all petite guys that could be main eventers in AEW. And
I don't think AEW would even take them, honestly.
And there's your finish.
Yeah.
But no, they went the opposite way. Priest, the biggest guy in the match, gets his ass beat the whole match. Finn Balor saves the day to win it for the Judgment Day. Damian Priest is the... Forget about size. Damian Priest could be 5'0". But booking-wise, he's the money in the bank holder. He should be booked stronger than that. I don't care about how big he is.
All those other guys to win that match. Yet he can't.
I don't care about how big he is. Forget about the size. I mean, the size contributes to the pain of it. But if you just forget about the size, forget about the
just want
size.
to be strong.
They can all be 5'0". But you need your money in the bank holder to seem like a legitimate threat. But at the moment, Damien Priest music will play. He'll walk out, and the fans are going to go, "Oh, that's that guy that got beat up by those little 5-foot guys in Perth. 2-on-1. It took the 5'0" Finn Balor to save him from being beaten, and he's out here for the championship." As if. So I've got a feeling at the moment, the way that it's going, Finn Balor will... not Finn Balor. Damien Priest, there's no plausible way he has a successful cash-in. There's no booking-wise, there's no plausible way he is believable to successfully cash in. He's going to go down as one of the losers of cash-ins, unsuccessful cash-in, and that's the end of him. He's done from that point on.
And it's a shame because it's coming off one of the worst cash-ins, in my opinion, they've ever done, which was the Austin Theory.
Oh yeah, that was terrible.
Yeah, cashes in on a mid-card title, not a world title. He cashes in on the United States title and fails.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, so it's even worse. You don't even want to go after the top belt. You go after one of the mid belts and you still don't win. Like, yeah. Nah, you're done, mate. I know that you're Vince's guy, but
yeah.
Jeez. All right.
Yeah.
I think time for this old head to go order some food.
Ooh, yeah, I like the sounds of that.
Yeah.
Might do the same.
Food time. What do we reckon? If there's anyone left in the chat room, what do we reckon? They ordered pizza for me the other night. What have they got for me tonight?
They ordered
UFC Only Fam says, good night, D Cash plus Rick Grimes. Big day at work tomorrow. Off to bed here in New Zealand. Enjoy that sleep, sir.
Yeah, take care.
God,
see you next time.
This is the longest I've been on stream in a long time without my bandana. I was just trying to, give me Drew McIntyre. Give me something better than Kevin Owens, please. Avoid grease if possible. It's a grease lightning.
Oh, grease lightning. Go, grease lightning. Yeah, I'm off to
Taco
play some
Bell. Oh, Jesus. I'm off to play some Drug Dealer Simulator.
Oh, Drug Dealer. Yeah, you enjoy that? I'm going to go play some Outlast Trials.
Nice.
New Outlast game.
Fantastic. All right, Wasted World of Sports. Thank you so much for your company for this one. Appreciate it. As always, Rick Grimes, thank you so much for your expertise in this UFC stream. Absolutely nailed a couple of those fights there. And unlucky with the last one. Krusty the Clown, that son of a bitch.
Bloody Krusty, exactly.
God. All right, thank you so much, everybody. And we will catch you next time. Until then, cheers. Rick, enjoy the rest of your day and your Outlast trials.
Will do.
And yes, we'll catch you all next time. Until then, cheers. Oh, Alara's gone. She knows the sign off. That's fabulous. My dog knows the sign off. All right, everyone. Cheers.